Okay, if everybody's ready, I will call to order a special meeting of the Town Council, the Windsor Redevelopment Successor Agency, and the Board of Directors of the Town of Windsor Water District. Council roll call, please.
Yes. Councilmember Fudge. Here. Councilmember Lemus. Is absent.
Excuse me, Clerk Dalo, I will be making an announcement under conflict of interest for Councilmember Lemus.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Salmon.
Here.
And Mayor Foppoli.
Here. All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'm sorry to jump in twice so early. I would like to introduce to Council Joan Kassman. She's a partner with the law firm of Hanson Bridget and will be sitting in as our town attorney for this evening's meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for a last minute substitution. Vice Mayor Salmon, can I ask you to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with life and liberty for all.
Okay. Town Manager McNabb, do we have any changes to the agenda?
No changes to the agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to conflict of interest. I would like to ask our acting town attorney, first of all, thank you for being here and filling in last minute. So I would ask you your professional opinion, according to FPPC guidelines, which would be guidelines by the state of California. Do you see anybody up here with a conflict of interest?
No, Mr. Mayor, I do not. The FPPC rules govern and enforce the state statutory body of law contained in our government code in the state of California. That includes no self-dealing. No public official can enter into contracts in which they have an interest. There is no contract involved in the matter before the council tonight. The other body of law that is enforced by statutory law in the state of California on conflicts is the Political Reform Act. Under the Political Reform Act, public servants are prohibited from being involved in governmental decisions when it is reasonably foreseeable that the decision will have a material financial effect distinguishable from the effect on the public generally on the public official or a member of the public official's immediate family. There is a general exception to this rule, and that is that financial effects that emanate from governmental salaries, per diems, reimbursement checks are not considered sources of income, are not considered financial considerations under the Political Reform Act. And that is the only financial attribute here I see involved would be the salary that the mayor receives. And that is generally excluded and not considered under the Political Reform Act. There are some exceptions in the regulations, and the exceptions apply if there are decisions to hire, fire, promote, demote, suspend, or otherwise take disciplinary action. And I guess it's a good time to clarify at the start that this meeting is not for the purpose of hiring, firing, demoting, suspending, or otherwise taking disciplinary action. The matter as I see it before the council is simply a statement of policy, and that is listed on the agenda as consideration of demanding that the mayor Foppoli resign as the at-large mayor for the town of Windsor. So I do not see any financial conflicts of interest as codified in the state of California government code or any other statute applicable here.
Thank you, Acting Town Manager Kassman. And then Town Manager McNabb, you said you had a conflict of interest?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I received an email from Councilmember Lemus advising that she will not be attending tonight's meeting due to a conflict of interest, and she asked me to read the following statement on her behalf. It reads, "As I am sure you are aware from news reports, given the fact that I am a victim of sexual assault by Mayor Foppoli and am cooperating in a criminal investigation against him, it should come as no surprise that I believe I should recuse myself from voting on any issue involving him. I believe it is the ethical thing to do given this conflict. This is very personal and traumatic for me. Thus, I will not be in attendance this evening."
Okay, thank you. All right, so if there's no other conflicts of interest, we have no public comment, general public comment tonight because it's a special meeting. So we will absolutely, of course, be opening up public comment during our one agenda item, which we're now moving to, which is number 7, consideration of demanding that Mayor Foppoli resign as elected at-large mayor of the town of Windsor. I want to, before we move it over to our staff report, I am going to make a brief statement, and I'm also going to open it up to my colleagues if they would like to make a brief statement at the beginning. And then we will shift it over to Ken.
So if I could through the mayor, call a point of order.
Sure.
From our council norms, it usually is we start a meeting like we have, and then the first issue before us, it's usually that we get a report from the town or from the department head. And I would ask that you consider that, Mayor, because the information that Ken or whoever's going to, I think Ken will be providing that report, I think will be helpful for people to understand both your statement and any statements that council members make. So that's just a request. I understand that we've had a statement that was just made, so it may be more uncomfortable than normal. But I do think people would be able to understand a little bit more about anybody's statements if we did get the town's report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Stamen. So my comment to that is that I think that my statement, and potentially if either of you make statements, will help to give some clarity. And this is a very, very unique meeting with a special circumstance. And so that's where this is coming from, especially since we've just heard a statement already from somebody on council. So my statement's going to be brief and to the point. And I'd welcome you guys to comment as well. I know it's norms for us to ask questions and then wait till afterwards, but I think it'll bring clarity. So with that, I want to make my statement. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that having spoken with a few of the individuals who initially renounced me following the allegations in the media, I understand why so many people are upset and supporting those accusing me. My first instinct would be to support women coming forward with wrongs done to them too. The reason I am not stepping down is that in this case, I know the truth of those experiences. I don't blame those who are angry and seek justice, as they were not there and do not know what I know. I also want to take this opportunity to say how incredibly sorry I am to my family and my close friends for them having to go through this. And thank you for standing with me. I've also had dozens and dozens of people reach out to me this past week offering their support. I've been telling them what I'm going to tell you. I have my head held high because I know deep in my heart that I have done nothing criminally wrong and will eventually be cleared. I am not without faults, but I'm not a criminal. And I, along with the rest of the council members on this call, have worked tremendously hard to build the town we live in today. To conclude, I ask the people of Windsor this. Let the Attorney General and the justice system decide if I did anything wrong when it comes to these allegations. What I ask you, our residents, to judge me on is the job I've done as your mayor for the past 3 years. Do you walk around our beautiful town and love where we live? Do you love the well-maintained, clean streets? Do you love the great parks and our amazing Parks and Rec programs? Do you love that you live in a town where we are fortunate enough to feel safe walking anywhere you want with your families? On pretty much every metric of quality of life, Windsor is ranked the highest in the region. That's not an accident. Let me continue to do my job. It's time to get back to work. And with that, I'll let Councilmember Fudge or Vice Mayor Salmon make a statement if you'd like, or we can save that for after. Councilmember Fudge?
I agree with Vice Mayor Salmon that I think we need to hear from Town Manager McNabb, and then I would make a statement after that, and I would ask Vice Mayor Salmon to, to do that as well. I think we need to hear from the town manager now.
Okay, Vice Mayor, is that fine with you? All right, so I'll turn it over to Town Manager McNabb for your presentation.
Right, thank you, Mayor Foppoli, council members, Ken McNabb, Town Manager. Before I get into some of the information everybody's wanting to hear, I just want to make a few acknowledgements at the beginning. First and foremost, what a difficult time this is for the community and the town, and that's probably an understatement. Just the allegations against the mayor are shocking and frankly appalling. The conduct described in the story by the San Francisco Chronicle is unacceptable and clearly does not reflect our values as an organization or as a community. I'd also like to take this moment right up front to acknowledge the courage of the women who have come forward with their stories. As everybody knows, it's an incredibly brave act to put yourself out in public like that, and we need to stand strongly with them throughout this process. And then last, I want to express my empathy to anyone who has been a victim of sexual harassment, and even those of you who may know someone who has. I can only imagine the emotions this situation may be causing you, and I regret, that we're having this meeting at all. So with that said, I'd like to first start by sharing with council some of the actions the town has taken since learning of the allegations against the mayor in the story by the San Francisco Chronicle. Starting with Thursday morning, first thing as I arrived to work, the article had been brought to my attention, and the first order of business for me was to forward the allegations that had been made in the article to our police chief, Ruben Martinez, and to the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office, and asked him to investigate what appeared to be alleged crimes or possible crimes occurring within the town of Windsor town limits and in the unincorporated county area. After speaking with council members, it was decided that a special meeting should be called to demand that Mayor Foppoli resign. That meeting is tonight, obviously. I've had multiple conversations with council members over the last week, and clearly, as they have stated in their comments to the press and to friends and members of the community, they're united, in their view that the mayor should resign. I've spent a great amount of time consulting with the town attorney regularly on a range of complex legal issues around the options available to council to remove the mayor from office. There are also legal considerations regarding the victims and legal considerations around the mayor and council member Lemus. We have issued a public statement on what the town did regarding the response to emails alleging sexual misconduct by the mayor, which we will discuss later in this meeting. And finally, we are about to go live or have gone live with a web page that we will use as a repository for all information and documents related to the allegations. And that website will be available again. We'll make an announcement either this evening or tomorrow morning. Our legal team has performed legal research at the request of council and the community on options for removing the mayor from office. I do want to note that it is important for the community to understand that neither the town or the town council can simply remove Mr. Foppoli from office, since he is elected directly by Windsor voters. The town recognizes that this is not in the interest of many of the members of our community who are seeking the resignation of the mayor immediately so the town can get on with doing the business of government and serving our residents. So beyond the mayor's voluntary resignation, the only options for removing Mr. Foppoli from office at this time would include a recall by residents or conviction of a felony that would prevent him from serving. And tonight, as the agenda says, the council is going to be asking potentially the mayor to consider resigning. I'd like to move on and talk a little bit about what we're doing for our employees. First, by just letting everybody know and reassuring that the town is committed to ensuring a safe and harassment-free workplace for our employees. We have very strong policies against harassment and discrimination, and we have a proven track record of enforcing those policies. Every town employee does get periodic training in how to prevent and report harassment, and every member of our executive team is committed to preventing harassment from occurring wherever the town work is being performed. Our employees are obviously and understandably very concerned about this situation and have expressed discomfort with being in the presence of Mayor Foppoli, virtually or in person. Some specific actions we have taken to ensure the safety and well-being of our staff include myself asking the mayor not to come into the office at this time. And if there's a circumstance where he must come in, he must first call me. The mayor understood the concerns and agreed to follow this request. We have also taken action to disable the council's access to town hall, and that will prevent them from coming into town hall unannounced. Council members will be able to access town hall by appointment. They're not completely shut out, but the concern is an unannounced visit by a council member, facing allegations. We've arranged for counseling services to help our employees cope with this situation. And although we have no knowledge of any employee being subjected to harassment or assault by Mr. Foppoli at this time, we are going to retain a consultant to conduct a formal inquiry, both of staff and council in the employee's interests. I do want to note that town council members are not town employees and are not subject to the same internal policies and procedures that town staff are. And many people don't understand this. However, town council members are expected to conduct themselves professionally at all times as representatives of our town, especially given the high visibility of their public service and the trust that the residents have placed in their leadership. I will just say that allegations of sexual misconduct clearly undermine that trust. And so some have suggested that the town should investigate the council, but as top administrator, I have no authority to discipline members of the town council. The town council does not work for me, I work for them. Therefore, in this case, we are gonna have to rely on the law enforcement professionals to lead and conduct this investigation of the allegations that have been made, and we have 100% confidence they will do their job fairly and thoroughly and without bias. That concludes my initial report, Mr. Mayor. We are prepared to talk about, we are prepared to talk about the 2017 email. That seems to be a point of high interest in the community right now, if you'd like, or we can pause here and I can address that later. But I will say in closing, before you respond to that, Mr. Mayor, that clearly this community has been through a lot together, in the last years. And just like the events and crisis and emergencies we faced before, I'm confident we're gonna get through this too. We cannot let the actions of an individual elected official define who we are. Town staff is continuing to navigate this evolving situation where seemingly every day there's a new twist and turn in events associated with the allegations. It is important to me that we continue to provide the high level of services that our residents expect and not get paralyzed by this situation. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I will turn it back to you, and at council's pleasure, myself and Chief Martinez are ready to address the 2017 email and the investigation conducted by the police department. We also have James Leon, our human resources director here, and town attorney Joan Castman to answer legal questions. And I will stop there and turn it back to you.
So I'll, before we get into the next part, Town Manager McNabb, I'm getting messages from people saying that I think we've hit our quota for Zoom and people can't get in. Do we have an option to expand that?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor. We have put out on our social media accounts a option to view the meeting by Granicus. I'm going to turn it to our town clerk's office to maybe give direction on alternatives for people to view or participate in the meeting.
Jody or Summer, would you be able to provide that information?
Yes, Maria, give me just one moment. I will go ahead and share the screen with that.
Thank you, Jody.
So I think the concern, Town Manager McNabb, is that not people who want to watch it, but being able to make public comment if they like. Hopefully, we drop below a certain amount during public comment, so that people are allowed in, but we may have to figure out an option.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We did send out advisories to those who wanted to watch the meeting, but we're not intending to make any comments to watch by our Granicus internet feed. We also, I believe, have a TV feed. Many people watch by or participate by Zoom. I am, sure that many people will want to comment to council tonight on this matter. And so I see up on our screen now, we have the alternatives for watching the meeting. For those who are unable to participate by Zoom, my recommendation would be they send written comments to the town clerk's office that will be included in the record.
Okay, thank you, Town Manager McNabb. With that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues if you have questions or if you'd like to make a statement at this point. And then after questions and our statements, we'll go to the public comment. Councilmember Fudge?
I don't want to make a statement until I've heard the rest of Town Manager McNabb's presentation.
And if I could, through the mayor,
yes,
I'm interested in, Ken, if we can get some indication of if a recall does occur, what's the process? People have asked, what's the process? And if you can, either you or our council legal counsel can kind of give us an idea what happens in terms of replacement. That would be helpful to me, and I'd like to get as much information out there so people can frame the questions that they have that really have meaning, and we can consider those. If that makes any sense at all.
It does, Vice Mayor Salmon, and I have been remiss in not introducing the County Registrar of Voters, Diva Marie Proto, who is with us tonight. And Mr. Mayor, she is ready to answer Vice Mayor Salmon's question, I believe, when council's ready.
Diva?
Is the question about the process, basically, of the election?
Ms. Proto, it's about if the recall is successful, there will be an election. My understanding in that recall, the election will have to have candidate. It'll have to have at least one candidate running for the office, because the office has to be filled through that election. And then I think people are interested. That does not fill a vacancy in. We'll see. That does fill the mayor's vacancy, and then I suppose we would have a full council at that point in time.
Yes.
I can answer my own question. I suppose what the other question is if the mayor would resign, how we fill that position.
Mayor Salmon, the question for locally filling of that position, I believe Ms. Proto could answer that, but that may also be a question our town attorney or town clerk could respond to as well.
Yeah, and that may not be, I know people had questions about that, how we go about that process if there's not a recall and there's just a replacement.
I would only be able to speak to the election side of it. So if a recall petition was started and was successful, then there would be an election that was held with a two-part election. The first would be a question on recall, if the elected officer should be recalled, yes or no. And then the second part would be the candidates that had filed. If the petition was successful and went to the board or the town council who had to order an election, you would also have to set the time period for candidate nominations.
Does that answer your question sufficiently, Vice Mayor Simmons?
It does. Maybe we could just have a slight answer if Mayor, if at some point in time before this recall you left office, how would the mayor position be filled? How could it be filled? Maybe Ms. Gassman can answer that.
Yes, I'm not an expert. I've been a city attorney for over 30 years and never a city attorney to a city with a directly elected mayor. So this is somewhat first impression. But my understanding is that if the mayor position were to be vacated, that the other members of the council would have the power to appoint one of themselves to fill the remaining term, or to follow there is a government code procedure generally that would allow you to have a recruitment, to either decide to recruit or to establish a special election, to set a special election. So you would have several options to consider at that point in time.
It's my understanding in the event that the council would appoint one of their own, then there would be a vacancy, and the council then again, my understanding is they could appoint someone to that vacancy.
That is correct. So then if the council were to appoint one of its own to the office of the mayor, then there would be a vacancy in the council, and the same process would follow, whereby within a period of time you either call a special election or you appoint. Usually there's a recruitment process set up, and you can appoint for the balance of the term.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Fudge, do you have any questions for staff?
I have a question in a few minutes, but first I'd like to hear Town Manager McNabb's statement. And I guess I'll take this time to say to the public that I've had a total hip replacement 6 days ago. I am in rehab in my home, and I won't be able to sit this long. And so from time to time, I will have to turn off my camera, twist sideways, elevate my feet, and even stand up and walk around. So if my camera goes off, it's not out of disrespect. It's because I'm under doctor's orders not to stay in the sitting position that I am for very long. So I'll just explain that ahead of time. So, and that's my comment until I hear from the town manager.
Vice Mayor Fudge, are you wanting myself and the police chief to go over the 2017 email?
Yes, please.
Mr. Mayor, if that's okay with you.
Of course.
Okay. So, the town released a statement on the actions it took after receiving emails in 2017 and 2020. We released that statement in the interest of disclosure and in response to a lot of questions rightfully being asked by the community and the media. So really, what I'm seeing now and hearing now is the most significant question I think that's out there really is, did the town report the content of the 2017 email, and why was no investigation conducted at the time? I think there is a confusion around that. So I'd like to take first a little bit of time to explain, what took place when that email was received. We have a lot of participants on the call tonight or Zoom tonight, and I'm not sure everybody's read the statement. So if you'll indulge me, Council, I know this is information you've heard, and to the community, information you've heard, but let me just go through it quickly and then share some new information with you that has come up in the last 24 hours as a result of our work to try and figure out what actually, happened, as many of the principal people on town staff who were here at that time in 2017 are no longer here. So to start, I think everybody knows in 2017, then Mayor Fudge received an email from an individual whose name has not been released by the town in order to protect her identity. And in that email, the author accuses then council member Foppoli of inappropriate behavior in 2013 at his winery. Upon receipt of that email, Mayor Fudge took the appropriate action of forwarding it to the then town manager and then town attorney for review and guidance. As everybody knows, Mayor Fudge also contacted the individual at the time who submitted the email to let her know she appreciated her bringing her concerns forward and acknowledging again how difficult it is for a woman to come forward with these kinds of accusations. Mayor Fudge let the author know that she was going to forward it or had forwarded to the appropriate people at Town Hall. Following that, the email was sent to all town council members, including Council Member Foppoli, who denied the accusations. And I have been told by various individuals who were involved at the time that the town's leadership team were very focused and actively discussing the accusations made in the 2017 email, as you can imagine. Emails like that are not common. They viewed it as a high priority situation and worked to try and determine the best course of action is what I've been able to figure out in my communications and efforts to talk to those involved. I do know that individual meetings took place, including individual members, meetings with council members, meetings with the Human Resources Department, meetings with the then town manager and then attorney on how to respond to these accusations. And this is all from memory of those who I've talked to. As questions arose beginning last Thursday about how the town handled this matter, our staff, myself included, have really worked hard to try and review all the town's records and emails transactions at the time. It's what I have spent a lot of my time these last weeks working on to try and figure out who exactly received the email, when did they receive it, and what actions did they take? What were the discussions? What I found in review of our electronic records, at least, was that there was really not a lot of information on what exactly took place or if the police department was made aware of the email. We personally contacted, and I personally contacted all of the individuals present at the time, with the exception of then town attorney, Robin Donahoe, who our current town attorney, Jose Sanchez, reached out to. And the effort of those inquiries was, of course, to find out, what we did, what our actions were. And so what arose is we kept talking and I kept trying to figure out, what was happening was during these conversations, these last couple of days, was information and recollections regarding the desires of the individual who wrote that email. It was recalled that the author of that email at the time expressed her desire to remain anonymous in her accusations. And also, she did not want charges filed or an investigation to take place. My understanding is her primary interest was to bring the character of then council member, or might have even been then vice mayor, excuse if I don't have it right, Foppoli, to the town's attention, to the council's attention, actually, not the town, and in the interest of not having the mayor be appointed to what at that time was appointed mayor, an appointed mayor position. And now, that we've completed those conversations, we do understand that the 2017 email was never forwarded to the police department in accordance with the author's wishes. So upon hearing of this aspect of the 2017 conversations and knowing, there'd be a lot of question about, this account, we felt it was important that this recollection be confirmed with the author of the email. These, what I previously described was, after days of discussion, what emerged through talking it over. But I wasn't comfortable with sharing that information, knowing the level of scrutiny that the town was going to receive if we put that out, without seeing if we could confirm with the author of the email that at the time her intentions were for the email not to be shared, or I should restate, her name not to be revealed, and that she had no interest in pursuing criminal charges at the time. We were able to make contact with the individual who sent the email, the author, and the individual did confirm that she did not want to pursue any criminal action at that time and still does not want to pursue any criminal action at this time and still would like her name to remain anonymous. So that is the update on what I have to share with council. Again, this confirmation came within the last 24 hours. And so had I known this before, we were able to confirm this before, it would have been included in our statement. I did not want to put it in our statement without knowing with certainty, and we do now. So I'd also, there's been lots of questions about how the police department handled the investigation, what they did with the information. That letter did end up getting forwarded to the police department in 2020 because I did not know or was not aware of the author's wishes. And so the police department did get a chance to review it. And now I'd like our chief, Ruben Martinez, to kind of walk council and the community through, what the process of review was, what they looked for, and what the outcome of their investigation was. Chief Martinez.
Good afternoon, Ken. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of our community. My name is Ruben Martinez, Chief of the Windsor Police Department. First, I would like to say that the Windsor Police Department and the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office takes all sexual assault allegations serious. These are sensitive in nature and confidential. I applaud survivors who get the courage to come out forward and disclose these sexual assaults. It is not easy for them to do. There are many reasons why survivors will not disclose sexual assaults. Being a sex crimes detective for 3.5 years and a sex crimes supervisor for 3 years prior to being promoted, I can say that every survivor reacts differently after being sexually assaulted. Some will report it immediately. Others will take days, weeks, months, or even years to report the sexual assault. And many of them will never disclose these assaults. When survivors do decide to disclose the assaults, we need to support them. When survivors get the courage to report the sexual assault to us, to law enforcement, I can say that we use every resource available to us to support them and make them feel comfortable during the investigation process. One thing we will not do is force them to disclose the sexual assault incident when they're not ready or prepared. In regards to the 2017 email, the email was never shown to anyone from the Windsor Police Department back in 2017. Now we know that the victim did not want to report it to law enforcement. In 2020, the 2017 email resurfaced. In February of 2020, the town manager approached me and asked me to review the 2017 email, which described a 2013 incident involving the mayor. There was also a second email, which the author of the email mentioned she had heard the mayor was accused of rape. In the 2017 email, the mayor's actions during the 2013 incident were troubling, but nothing in the email described a sexual assault. If any crime, there was an assault, which is a battery, which is a misdemeanor, and the statute of limitations had expired. A sexual assault could have occurred, but the statute of limitations would have expired. In the second email, it was political in nature. The author of the email mentioned she had heard that the mayor was accused of rape. Heard. If the author would have stated she was a victim of a sexual assault or knew a victim of a sexual assault or had specifics, details of a sexual assault, we would have reached out to her or any potential victims to start an investigation. But all we had was hearsay. There was no specifics of any crimes to investigate. Also, We do not conduct criminal investigations without a victim. After reviewing both emails, it was my opinion that it did not rise to the level of opening an investigation. I also met with the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Sergeant, and I had him review both emails just to get his opinion, just in case I was missing something. He also came to the same conclusion, and we felt that we weren't going to open up an investigation. Currently, the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office is conducting an investigation. Again, we take every sexual assault serious, and we will conduct a thorough investigation. We encourage all victims to come forward. Again, I applaud these victims for coming out, and it's not easy for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And just one last clarification that I didn't mention earlier that I think is important is in the comments I've seen and questions I've seen, there's a misconception that the town was aware of all of the incidents detailed in that April 8th article by the San Francisco Chronicle. And, knowing all of those, thinking that we knew all of those incidents had occurred, a lot of anger of how could you not, how could the police department, not pursue, an investigation or charges against the mayor? And the truth of the matter is the town did not know of those allegations. We knew of the one incident in 2013 described in the 27 email. And then I've heard of accusations of rape in the 2020 email. We did not know about the other incidents that were revealed in the Chronicle's article. And I did talk to the police chief. If we had known, would the police department's approach on the investigation or review of the information been different? It's hard, Chief, I don't mean to speak to you. Let me know if I have this wrong, but my impression of the chief's response was it's hard to say if it would have been different. Every review and investigation, you have to substantiate the claims and the facts. And, certainly, I think it would have got more attention if we had known a pattern, of some sort. But to say it would have concluded, in anything different is speculative. And we can't speculate in matters of law, is my understanding from the chief. And if I've got that right, Chief, let me know if you want to add to that. Please do.
Well, you have it right, Ken. We didn't know anything about the other incidences. We were all caught off guard, and that's why immediately when I saw the article, I spoke to you, it was immediately transferred to the sheriff's office to conduct an investigation.
So, Mayor, council members, that is our accounting of the 2017 email, the police department's investigation. Of course, Chief Martinez and myself will be on this call for the duration, and happy to respond to questions from the council or community.
Okay. Thank you, Chief and Town Manager. Councilmember Fudge or Vice Mayor Salmon, do you have any further questions of staff at this point before I open up public comment?
No,
Or do you want to make your statement or a statement?
I think one or both of us might. Would you like to, Vice Mayor Salmon, or me? I don't know what you'd like to do, Sam.
I will be.
Sam, you're on mute, Sam.
I would like to just have a few reflections, not much of a statement, but some reflections.
Sure.
Want me to go?
Okay.
Yeah. Initially, this is an inexplicable situation, and it involves a lot of sorrow for all those involved. Going back, I was asked, what was your role in 2017? And I do not have a good memory. My recollection was that we didn't go forward for reasons that we didn't really have a victim that wanted us to go forward, and that somewhat was confirmed, and I thank you, Ken, for reaching out to that victim. I made the ask of the community to, if you could you trust the town? And I stated that that's a big ask. And as the days have gone on, I think it went from a big ask to a huge ask, and to the point where many of you in the community have lost trust. And so it's not so much an ask for you to remain trusting of the town, not necessarily of individual council members, but the town itself, which we are part of, and a big part of. So now, I'm going to ask, assist us in rebuilding your trust. And we've been asked, why are you having this meeting if you can't really, if your demand of removal really is just that, a request? And I think the answer to that is one, to get some information that we've heard, and information that has been coming forward every day. And just a few minutes ago, the information that Ken provided is new information. I don't think anyone had knowledge of the allegations and the story that came out by the San Francisco Chronicle reporter. I met with the reporter, and she was very respectful and did not reveal what her story was going to be. She specifically was asking me if I could get the name of the 2017 author of the email, and I felt that I couldn't. She asked me about my relationship with Mayor Foppoli, and I have to say that I had and have a certain respect for his efforts. I've been asked, how could you, knowing about that 2017 memo, consent to have him be mayor in probably 2020, when it kind of came down to the 2-2, and was it going to be Esther or Dominic appointed? Well, reappointed. Dominic was mayor at that time. And Dominic had made such efforts in the fire, and Deborah too. I didn't have that ability as a council person to do what they did. I did what I could, but I had to acknowledge the huge effort that went out by the town and those two council members specifically. And when I was about town, people would tell me, I got my news from the mayor about the fires. And so I knew somewhat where he stood in terms of his position. I also say at the time we received the 2017 memo, Dominic, or the mayor, was vice mayor at that time, and had every indication of being appointed to the mayor position. And prior to receiving, and I think we received that memo just about the same time that we were going to reorganize, and I think everyone knew that based on the performance and where the vice mayor is not necessarily appointed to the mayor, but I think part of the discussions that went on in receipt of that was that the vice mayor at that time would not be appointed to the mayor position. And at that point in time, the vice mayor indicated that his business was taking a significant amount of time, and he would wait to be appointed to mayor at a later time. So with so much sorrow, so much hurt, again, I'll just ask, we have a history of sincerity and trust, and I'm just hoping that we can dig down deep and and begin the process of rebuilding. And that's what tonight's about. I hope we all know. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Salmon. Councilmember Fudge.
Sam, I'd like to thank you for your comments, and now you're making me tear up before I even start. This is such a very sad day for Windsor that we're in this position to ask for the resignation of the mayor like we need to do. It's been very sad. We now have an 8.5 by 11 photo picture in full focus of what we're dealing with. And in 2017, it was like, you know, we had a photo, but we were looking through a straw and we could only see the tiny circle at the end of the straw, if that makes any sense. We didn't see the whole picture. And there were no charges, and our hands were pretty bound. And I know that's hard for the community to understand, but no evidence, no charges. And government is quite different than criminal law. No one, I don't think, had a complete picture of what we were going to face. No one I've spoken to has. Taking recently revealed evidence and applying it to something in the past is very dangerous. And it's, and my computer's dinging at me, but I'm going to say that again. Taking recently revealed evidence and applying it to something in the past is very dangerous, and hindsight is always 20/20. We can't judge what any of us feel and are going through now based on what happened in the past. Everything is different now. I understand that's very hard not to do, not to look back and say, well, you should have known. I understand that. I've been trying to search my soul and even my calendar to figure out the same things as the public have. I learned of these allegations on April 8th at 6 in the morning. I was being driven by my neighbor to Kaiser Hospital in Antioch for my hip replacement surgery. And I read the Chronicle article from my iPhone as we were driving from Santa Rosa to Antioch. And when I was reading very quickly, and as I got to Antioch and had to be admitted, I still hadn't finished the article. And to tell you the truth, I haven't gone back to finish it. I've spent the last few days at home trying to recover and reevaluate absolutely everything. How is it we all missed this? How is it we're in this position now? And I've had so many calls and emails from residents asking the same thing, those of us that were close to the mayor. It's very sad that it's just very, very sad. I feel like all of us were manipulated and betrayed, and I mean all of us, in different ways depending on what our relationship was. The women who were physically and mentally hurt will be that way for the rest of their lives. And for that, we grieve. But the town manager said, we cannot let one individual define who we are as a town. I will repeat what Sam said. You know, we saw one side of the mayor. The mayor's actions and safety and all the work he did for the town during the fires was amazing. But that doesn't excuse where we are now. It's almost like that was erased, which is so very sad because it was just so very sad. So I will look to you, Dominic, and say, that if you love Windsor as much as you said you always have, then you need to resign tonight so that we can move on and start the healing process. That process is going to take a very long time. It's not going to be a celebration like, you know, we gathered together as a town after the fires. It will be nothing like that. The process will take a very long time. Trust needs to be built. all around the city. There's been fallout in all different kinds of community groups. The fallout has been what I did not expect. So I ask you, Dominic, before we get to the final vote, I ask you if you love Windsor. I'm sorry, but I need to ask you to resign.
Okay. All right, so thank you both for your statements. We're going to move on to public comment. This is going to be, as I think it's going to be a lengthy process. Depending on how long it goes, I may call for a recess, just so everybody can kind of clear their heads and take a minute. I'm going to ask our acting town attorney, Castman, to go over protocol on. So first of all, this forum is designed for the people of Windsor to express their opinions, so for our residents to be able to share their thoughts and their views, their concerns, but is not a forum for profanity or anything that specifically goes outside the realm of applicable to what we're talking about tonight. So I'm going to ask our town attorney at what grounds, and it's not me, by the way, it's our town clerk would have the ability to, or should be able to cut off anybody from their comments.
Can I ask a point of order?
Yes.
Do we make a motion and do we take action before community? This is an unusual meeting before community comment, so the public knows that we've taken an action, or how, in what order should this occur?
Good.
Yeah, just to help Town Attorney Castman respond to that. Just Attorney Castman, just so you know, our typical process is staff report, questions from council, public comment, deliberations, and then vote. I don't know. I think Councilmember Fudge is asking if there can be a vote before public comment. But just to let you know what our typical practice is.
And then I have a follow-up question, if that's okay.
Certainly. Well, let me I'm looking at your agenda. Your agenda is calling for public comment before item 7, which says consideration of demanding that Mayor Foppoli resign as elected at large mayor of the town of Windsor. So it seems that you have organized the agenda in a way that you are asking for public comment, and then the matter is listed on the agenda. Now, this is a special meeting, and on a special meeting, you can only consider the items that are on the agenda. And public comment at a special meeting should be directed at the items on the agenda. So, I'm not sure if it matters. If your normal practice is to have a motion and a second before you take public comment, I think we could have item 7 before you and then have public comment. I think you come to the same end, because the public comment would and should relate to the only matter of business that is on your special agenda for this meeting. Does that question, Council Member Fudge? Ken, was that assumed the public comment would come before?
One other thought, the reason why we have that structure, Mayor Foppoli and council members, as you know, is before you make a decision or take an action, you want to have the benefit of the public's thoughts and comments on the matter at hand. Clearly what we've seen, a preponderance of comments you've received, if not, 100% of the comments you've received, have expressed an interest in seeing the mayor resign or be recalled. So in this instance, I don't know if waiting for public comment is going to, reveal any new information, new thought. But, as a matter of respect for the public who may have a different opinion, the council should consider, taking that comment so you have the benefit of everybody who's here tonight. You have the benefit of hearing their thoughts and considering them to inform any action you're going to take.
Can I ask my follow-up question? Unless you wanted to go, Sam, I have a follow-up question.
I'd like to comment on this issue.
Okay. What would be the procedures for a censure, and how would we agendize that?
So a censure is, I don't know if your town council has its own rules for a censure. Some cities do. Otherwise, I think that I would have to research as general rules for censure. Censure would be a matter coming before the council to consider discipline of some fashion against a member of the council or the mayor. And there would be due process rights involved. It would be a matter of making very explicit on a future agenda consideration of censure as a form of discipline, and who it would involve, why, and the opportunity for the person to whom the proposed censure is directed to respond. It would have to be agendized at a future meeting. It is not part of tonight's meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Castman, just for the benefit of those who may not know what censure is, could you provide a general description of what that is in case members in the audience that don't know?
Well, so censure is an action or consideration by the council to take to account serious offenses that may have been committed intentionally and knowingly by their colleagues on the council. The resolution and the proposal must contain adequate findings to support the decision. You would need to have a process, as I said earlier, to offer due process. So censure is a manner of discipline. Censure is a tool that a public council has to take account and to acknowledge behavior, conduct of a fellow council member or the mayor that they feel merit attention and some kind of response by the council. Censure can take different forms. Sometimes the censure could be, trying to remove appointments that may have been made concerning that person. It's a little awkward here because you have a mayor who is now elected at large. And you certainly, as we have talked about, cannot remove the mayor. But there are other things you can do, and just the process itself has its own benefit. It's another manner of kind of airing the matter of concern and offering ways in which to address it. It's called a disciplinary action. It's kind of an opportunity for the council to let the public know and let the person who is the subject of the censure understand that what had happened is not acceptable. And I think we would have to consider in this particular case what kinds of actions, if any, that the council actually could take. But in other situations I have known, the council member is perhaps removed from committees or removed from appointments that are within the authority of the council to make. You would have to consider what would be appropriate and what kinds of actions this council would have authority to consider.
Okay. Sam?
I'm not muted. Because of the nature of this issue, I would like to make the motion to demand the resignation so that and if there's a second, have the vote so that people understand what action we're taking, and they don't necessarily have to wonder what we're going to do in their comments, because, and then they can kind of get to the, maybe advise us of other things. I think many people are going to say, well, why are we not here in considering censure? And again, I don't want to be defensive, but this has been so much information and so much movement in what we have to do in terms of to have this meeting, which I thought was so important that I think we'll cover that at a later meeting, and can only apologize if people think that that should have been tonight, and in many ways maybe it should have, but I think it's going to take some work. We had a pretty long explanation of what censure is, and well, we need to be careful and go back. So I will make the motion that we demand the mayor's resignation at this point.
So, Vice Mayor Salmon, I've got a question for the attorney. Is it legal for us to take action without opening up the public comment?
I believe you would have to allow public comment on your action before you vote.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Then if that's the case, I'll withdraw the motion, because
no, Sam, you can make your motion and we can.
You can have a motion and a second.
We just can't vote.
Okay. So I'll make the motion.
Okay, I will second it.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor, but we're going to open it up to public comment before any vote is taken. So getting back to procedure on this, so there's a few different things. One I want to ask our acting town attorney to advise the clerk and the clerk staff of what's appropriate and what are they allowed to cut off, because we're afraid that there's going to be some just profanities.
Well, I certainly hope that's not the case. You know, I've read your internal rules, and I didn't see any rules of this town that specifically address appropriate demeanor of the public when they address the council. But I think we all understand that in the conduct of the people's business and in the opportunity for the people to address their representatives of government, that we all want to act with decorum and professionalism and civility, that we treat one another in this forum of government with civility, and there should be no profanity, there should be no threats, and I would expect everyone participating in this meeting to follow these general rules.
Okay. I'm going to ask a logistical question. We open it up for the audience's benefit. I'm already seeing on the list that there's people who are raising their hand that don't have real names. So what was the verification process to find out? You know, is there a way to, I mean, do we know if they're Windsor residents, or if they're just, or can people just go on and comment as whatever name that they want? That's a question for counter staff.
Well,
go ahead.
Do you want, people do not have to identify themselves as Windsor residents or not.
No, the question is logistically, is Zoom have a verification process, Ken?
Oh.
So I may ask the town clerk to verify this, but my understanding is we do not have the ability to verify the location, and I don't even know, I'm going to go out on a limb here, Attorney Chasman, that any member of the public, you know, can offer comments regardless of whether they live in Windsor or not. I will say our practice on Zoom is when there is a screen name, you know, that is not a name, it's some weird thing, something other than a name, we do approach that with caution and are prepared, you know, to mute if it heads into profanity. So we do not want to limit anyone's right to speak, but we also have expectations of conduct. And so I don't know if Maria, I'm sorry, or Summer or Jody, you want to elaborate on that at all?
Jody, did you want to discuss the method that we're using?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
There is an option through Zoom to require authentication. We had opted not to use that route because it could eliminate from someone being able to speak if they didn't want to share their email or name, if they wanted to remain anonymous. So we have opted to forego that to give everyone the opportunity to speak.
Okay. All right, we'll see how this goes. And like I said, I may call for a recess, especially given Councilmember Fudge's condition. I want her to be able to. Deb, how often do you need to get up? Because I want you to be able to also be able to be active and listening.
I need to get up every hour, and depending on how I feel, it may be more. So right now, I'm just going to stand in the back of my chair for a few minutes. I won't try not to turn off the camera, but
okay.
You'll see me moving around. I need to get some ice.
Of course. So I will try to call a recess for at least for Deb's sake.
No, okay, I can listen. No. I just wanted people to see me moving. You know, if I'm moving around, that's why.
Sure. I meant like if it goes from an hour or two from now.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So with that, I will open it up to public comment. The way this is going to work is that you raise your hand and I will call on you. This is a special meeting and only comments or statements concerning the agenda items listed below are allowed. Public comments will be taken following stuff, which we already did. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. We have a lot of people to get through. And for the record, I mean, it's not required, but it's asked if you would state your name and your address. For us, it's helpful to know, and generally, at least for me, who's an actual Windsor resident and who's not, to get perspective. So with that, I will open it up to the first person, which is, it says Michelle Williams.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Williams. I'm really upset, disgusted, and sickened by these allegations. I just wanted to make a comment too that you guys said that profanity was not against the rules, and then disgraced Mayor Foppoli said that they would mute people if there was profanity, and the manager agreed with that. I just feel like if some of the survivors want to use profane language and that's not against the rules, they should be able to. The manager mentioned he's sorry for people who have experienced sexual harassment. No, sexual assault and rape is what we're talking about. And I don't know why you're saying that there was there's a contracted investigation going on now with the employees of the town of Windsor, but that wasn't done when they were just allegations. Why not? Why don't you care about the town council and the mayor just as much as you care about your employees? That should go without saying. Mayor Foppoli, you should be ashamed of yourself. If you love Windsor as much as you say you do, I will, echo Deborah Fudge's comments. You should leave office. Your community is appalled. About the 2017 email, I'm really upset. It doesn't matter if the person who wrote the email didn't want an investigation. Don't you think that the town should have wanted an investigation? Like, don't we want to know who is in our community, and more importantly, who our mayor is? And then in 2020, regarding the email from the statement from the Windsor police chief, thank you for your statement supporting survivors of sexual assault. I know you said you won't force people to share their stories, but how about investigating? Somebody mentioned there was no evidence. Go find some. It's sad when journalists investigate more than our police do. And that scares me as a Sonoma County woman, as a young woman in Sonoma County. That scares me. This is for Vice Mayor Salmon. You said you don't recall 2017. This is a pretty important thing to forget about. This is important. The last thing I want to say is I support the survivors. Believe women, believe survivors. And the last thing I'll say to disgraced Mayor Foppoli is resign, you rapist. These allegations are credible. They're multiple. And they've been corroborated by lots of people. And obviously there were rumors going on in the town well before this all happened. Resign right now, you rapist.
Moving on to the next comment, and should have stated this before, this is not an interactive process. Our normal way that we do this is we receive all of the public comments in a row, and then we bring it back to council. So that's why we won't be responding individually. So we have Matthew Colmore next.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my inquiry. Has the council thought as a whole to apologize to the citizenry for this whole fiasco that we're going through? And secondly, why are we having an upcoming incomplete election to fill out a council that is going to be still left incomplete? Thank you very much, and I'll move along and look forward to your answers. Thank you.
Okay. The next one, it's the name on here is Recall Foppoli.
Hello. Hello. My name is Carson Davis, and I have been a Windsor resident for about 10 years. And after college, I met Mayor Foppoli at a party, and I have experienced and seen some of this behavior firsthand. And I would like to say that I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to all of the women for not speaking out and for not saying something sooner, because I have personally seen him step into bathrooms behind girls. I have seen so much as a caterer and as a very short-term member of the 2030s Club. I have seen so many things, and I have spoken with reporters, and I have turned my statement over to the DA, and I am just so sorry I didn't say it sooner. I have had my butt grabbed by him, and I have seen some of the things that people are referring to, and we just should have taken this more seriously. And I'm just so sorry to these women that it didn't come out sooner. That's all.
Next, we've got Bridget Mansell.
All right. Hello, my name is Bridget Mansell, and I'm a Healdsburg resident, and I believe the city council members, some of you know me. I'm a newly retired teacher, and I'm also, more importantly and probably more relevantly, I'm a servant as well, or I was a servant on my own city council, and I was mayor of Healdsburg in 2018. So I decided not to run again, but I do know what's going on a bit because I am attentive and I watch the news and definitely pay attention to my local paper. And I just want to make sure everyone knows that we're dealing with a culture issue. And I want to give some of what I know happens in city council meetings and what I try to do. And I really believe this council would benefit from this. So I hope you're all listening. I need you to remember that when we use titles and last names rather than Sam or Maria or Jose or Bruce or Esther or Deb or Dom, we're basically setting up a culture that promotes civility. And I feel after reviewing some of your council meetings, I don't want to sound didactic about this, but y'all need to get a lot more civil and a lot less familiar. Use the titles of people. Tonight, I hear you doing that, Mayor Foppoli, and I think that really sets a tone. And certainly, this is a somber night for this town. I also wanted to mention that it's time for the town to be the number one, and we need to see some leadership here. And so I do believe, Mayor Foppoli, you should resign. If you love your city, if you love Windsor, you will dismiss yourself. This is a distraction for your city's business and your city's mental health and fiscal health. And if you really want to get back to work, as you say, Mayor Foppoli, and you want to protect your city, Mayor, care about Windsor, not the effect that this is a horrible time in your life. And I agree, you have the right to due process, but your town is facing so many changes right now with impending fire season, drought, the economics. You're a servant, you serve the people. And I hope that these lessons can be learned regarding alcohol use. I saw it in my own town, and I continue to see it in this beautiful, wine country, that we need to act more professionally in public and in private. And I think there's a role of alcohol in this, and I want that to be worthy of reflection. So I urge resignation or resignations for any member of the city council who is a distraction right now. And Mayor, you are a distraction. Thank you.
Next, we have Tracy Clark. Tracy, you need to unmute yourself. Tracy Clark, where you're active, but you're still on mute. You need. Now Tracy Clark is gone. So feel free to raise your hand again, and we'll call on you after. The next name on the list says Lily.
Hi, my name is Lily. I just want to say, first of all, the rule of no profanity and no threats completely eliminates anyone's agency to fully practice their free speech in this forum. We should be allowed to express how upset we are. So I think that's, I also just want to go forward and say, I've noticed a lot of hesitance for this public comment is because people are mad. You know how mad people are at you. And I think you should feel the full extent of that. Everyone on this council should feel the full extent of that. If you truly understand how upset we are, then why won't you let us voice it properly? God. I also want to say the comments of wanting to continue business, business as usual. This is not business as usual. Nothing will go back to normal. What a joke. Oh my God. You're a rapist. And everyone knew. It wasn't a secret. There was rumors about it. Everyone was whispering about it. And then you dare show your face. Oh my God. I am just fully appalled at everything. I'm trying very hard to not speak profanely because that was the rules, but it's just very hard to fully, deeply express myself. Knowing that this council knew what they knew, and Deborah Fudge still said she would be pleased to have Dominic Foppoli as mayor. Abhorrent, horrible, disgusting. I don't have much else to say. I'm just extremely disappointed in all of this. Fuck Foppoli, he's a rapist. I yield my time.
Next, we have George Adair. George, you need to unmute yourself. There you go. Can we recognize George Adair again so he can hopefully unmute? Here's next in line. Summer or Jody?
Hi, Mayor Foppoli. I've selected it a few times. It's not allowing him to talk.
So why don't let's go to the next one and we'll see if it works for after that. So let's go to Steve Ward Moore.
Hi, so I'll keep this quick. I mean, you know, real men take responsibility for their actions. I think I'm unmuted now. I'll keep this quick. Real men take responsibility for their actions. Real men accept culpability for their actions. Strong people, take responsibility. I'm kind of reminded of our former president, a man who never admitted to any wrongdoing and in fact pushed even harder in the face of allegations. These accusations are disgusting. Everyone knows that. And it's also kind of weird that, you know, one of these allegations happened in August 2020. And it sounds like you guys were partying together. Our leaders, our public servants partying in the middle of the pandemic while all the rest of us were staying at home and doing the right thing. So Dominic, man up, my dude.
All right. Next, we have Julie Donahoe.
Thank you so much. My heart goes out to everyone who has been involved in these events that were alleged last week and those that are not yet revealed, including my compassion for Councilmember Lemus and for the mayor. Yesterday, the current candidates in the special election united in a statement of respect for each other and looking forward to healing for the town. I'm not here to say we should take any action regarding Mr. Foppoli, but I am here to say to Esther and to the women involved, I bring you the words of Maya Angelou. I can be changed by what happens to me, but not reduced by it. Please be strong, heal, and grow through these experiences. Your bravery is magnificent. Mr. Foppoli, you are in denial. It seems difficult for you to take in, to hear, to respond to the pain you have caused. You might be able to argue facts or offer other facts, but you cannot deny these women's outrage and trauma. People have left our county and state to live as far away from you as possible. How does that make you feel? You have got to take that in. Mr. Foppoli, respectfully, let's address that you have a dark path ahead of you. You and your family have a dark path ahead, our town and our families, our parents, our children, the staff. Your reputation is ruined. You are wounded. We are wounded. The longer you cling to your position, the more pain you will cause, and the longer will be your difficult road forward. Your political career is over. You serve at the will of the people and you have lost trust, and due process will not rebuild trust. To the council, let's refocus on healing and attend to urgent matters. Wildfire preparation and planning is urgent. Housing is urgent. Healing and restoring our reputation is urgent. Men and women and children have been harmed. Staff have been harmed. The psyche of the town is injured. And finally, to staff and legal counsel, is there some way to include more detail about the rights and obligations of the office of mayor and the office of council member in the municipal code? Can there be a path of discipline starting with repeated instances of abusive conduct as defined in the California code? It seems the whole country needs to consider this issue. We expect our elected officials to behave in a manner to hold respect for the office and the constituents, but how is that defined for them? What path is there other than recall or resignation. Thank you.
Next, we have Jerry Threet.
Good evening. I'm not a resident or voter of Windsor. I am a resident of the county and a father of 2 daughters and a survivor of childhood sexual assault. I also was the founding director of ILARO, Civilian Oversight Agency for the Sheriffs, and thus the Windsor Police Department. And I'm the current chair of the County Commission on Human Rights. And this is a human rights issue we're talking about this evening. There's substantial, credible evidence that your current quote unquote Playboy mayor drugged and raped women and used his power and influence to deter them from reporting his crimes. Even if he never serves a day in jail for these acts, he's obviously lost the public trust and must step down or be removed. Public office is not an entitlement for the rich and privileged to gain and refuse to relinquish. Foppoli must go one way or another. Another thing here. The lack of any serious criminal investigation of the repeated allegations against the mayor is extremely concerning and part of a pattern of deficient sexual assault investigations by the sheriff's office in our county. In 2018, ILARO found and identified these issues and put it in an annual report where a woman's case was not adequately investigated. She was treated disrespectfully. Her sexual assault allegations were not investigated, and yet the office investigated claims that she was cyberbullying the people who had perpetrated the assault against her. These deficiencies are mirrored in multiple reports from victim advocates in this county that sheriff deputies and detectives routinely disrespect and bully victims of sexual assault and refuse to allow their victim advocates to play a role in their interviews as state law requires. As to the claim by Chief Martinez that the 2020 email was rumor and didn't warrant an investigation, the writer said she had heard about the rapes, concluding that the writer knew no details and knew of no witnesses who could provide facts without even talking to her is not sound investigation, period. I previously had a good opinion of Chief Martinez, but this statement has significantly undermined that view. In addition, there are multiple sources that describe Sheriff Essek as good friends with Foppoli. The sheriff's office should not have any role in this investigation, which should be entirely conducted by the state attorney general. Finally, I fully support Councilmember Lemus in the face of obvious, calculated attacks designed to deflect from the charges against Foppoli. Ironically, I think Foppoli may have assured that Lemus will be our next district attorney, an outcome that would be some measure of justice and ensure that sexual assault is finally taken seriously in this county. Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Laurel Saxena.
Hello?
You're on.
Hi, can you hear me? All right.
Yes.
Council members, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am Dr. Laurel Saxena. I am a doctor of acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine. And for the last 12 years in my private practice, I've specialized in anxiety and in trauma. I am speaking tonight specifically because I want to address the statement made by Mr. Foppoli against Councilmember Lemus on April 11th, in which he questions the veracity of her accusations against him by referencing the fact that she continued to work with him and even endorsed him after the date of Mr. Foppoli's assault. I make this statement both from my point of view as a clinician and as a survivor of rape myself. Without going into the details of my own rape, it is important to note that what I realized I experienced at the time was dissociative amnesia. This is only one way in which victims of violent crimes distance themselves from the horror and the shame they feel. Greeted with disbelief from mutual friends when I first tried to report my rape, it was not until my assailant had moved out of state and the imminent danger to myself, both physically and socially, was removed that I began to recall what had happened to me. Now, there are many reasons beyond dissociative amnesia, possibly for Councilmember Lemus to have hesitated to come forward with her truth. It's been nearly 20 years since my rape, and I am still utterly terrified bringing it up in this public forum. Councilmember Lemus is a public figure and a mother of children. If she did not suffer dissociative amnesia, she undoubtedly confronted real fear of public shaming, of emotional harm to her children, of a loss of support, both personally and professionally. Still, Bravely, she assumed all those risks in the service of truth and spoke out. When a rape occurs, the burden of truth always falls on the victim. It's the victim's decision to come forward and try to find their way to justice, but the victim never chooses to be put in the position to make that decision. And let me be clear, it is an extraordinarily difficult decision with no optimal outcome. If Esther Lemus had not endorsed Mr. Foppoli when she did, she would have had to explain why, would have to have opened up about the painful, embarrassing, and intimate details of an experience that she never wanted. That she was unprepared to make that enormous, risk-filled leap mere days after her assault should not be perceived as a reason to disbelieve her. Rather, we should support her and examine ways to make it easier for women to come forward. Thank you.
Next, we have Daniela Delario.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. So I'm a longtime Sonoma County resident. I'm a teacher, I'm a mom, I'm an active community member, and I am calling on you, Mayor Foppoli, to resign immediately. Sonoma County has been making headlines for wildfires. Now we're making headlines for sexual predators and pedophiles in our it's time for you to step down. If you love your town, you need to step down now. I stand with the survivors, with the women who have come forward, both anonymously and those who have already been named. It takes an immense amount of strength and courage to do so. And I support these women, and I ask the City Council to support them as well. Mr. Mayor, your statement attempting to deflect the blame to one of your female colleagues, saying that you were the victim rather than the perpetrator, is absolutely ludicrous, and it's straight out of a guilty man's playbook. In an attempt to humiliate her, you only have further exposed your own guilt. You no longer have the trust of the people, and in no way can you as a leader in this county. All 8 of the other Sonoma County mayors and many city council members all across the county are calling for you to resign. If you do not step down, we will canvass to recall you as mayor. The multiple allegations of sexual assault against you are horrific. They are disturbing and disgusting, and they are really hurtful to everyone who is a survivor in this county. Many women all over the county right now are reliving
And we no longer can hear you. Are you still there? Okay. We can no longer hear you, Daniela. Or we'll move on to Cliff. Cliff, you need to unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Oftentimes, the worst and most evil monsters come in the guise of friends or allies. Regardless of what you may have done for this town in the past, you no longer have the confidence or respect to act on our behalf, to lead this town. You cannot lead if your constituents do not feel comfortable meeting with you in person or over Zoom. You must resign. To the town council, you have not had this town's trust or confidence for a long time. You continue to back this man with these accusations behind him, knowing of the rumors and knowing of the letters that have come in. You all need to go. This town cannot heal unless you all go. Already, recall efforts have been enacted and are underway to remove Foppoli and Fudge. And this needs to happen quickly. Thank you, and I'm done.
Next, we've got Alan Worstel. Alan, you need to unmute.
Hi, actually, this is Allegra. I'm Alan's wife, and I'm a community member, a longtime Sonoma County resident. I want to say that this recent revelation regarding Foppoli and his rapes is really upsetting. He must not be allowed to continue on the Windsor Town Council. Anybody on the town council who was aware of his behavior and chose to hide it from the public must resign and be held accountable as well. The lie of omission and the perpetuation of rape culture is unacceptable, especially from those who hold positions of power and public trust. Sonoma County must reckon with this story as part of a system that protects the rich and powerful from consequences and allows them to use our land and our people as their own. This is a story about a rapist, and it is also a story about those who colluded and stood silently and turned a blind eye to his behavior. It is a story about allowing wine, politics, and money to mix together and create a bitter cocktail that poisons women, trans people, and people of color. It is a story about media outlets that are too comfortable with the status quo and too friendly with the extractive capitalists who sell a photoshopped image of wine country that blurs out the people being exploited. It is a story about politicians taking advantage of this moment to try and get your votes, when many of them look past sexual harassment when the spotlight isn't shining. Fudge and Salmon, you need to take responsibility for your failure to act. Foppoli, you are a rapist, and all of you need to resign. Thank you. I yield my time.
Next, we have Laurel Green.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Laurel Green. I am a public school teacher here in Windsor Unified. I've been teaching in Windsor since you were 23 years old. I realize I'm taking a risk speaking publicly about this because I know how power-mongering and retaliation work. But I'm willing to take that risk here because I care about this community. I have reported issues like this to local businesses about their employees, and I've gotten zero support. But this will not stop me from speaking on this here. On November 25th, 2020, a female friend of mine in her early 20s visited your brother's winery with her parents. During her visit to your winery, she texted me to let me know that our town mayor was pouring her wine, flirting with her in front of her parents, no less, and then making comments about her wine consumption by saying things like, "Gotta catch up," as you topped off her wine glass. Then you proceeded to let her know that this place, the winery, is so much fun in the summertime and everyone hangs out at the pool. I remember her texting me and asking, "So this guy just owns his party pad and flirts with women? How did he get to be mayor? Was this a crime? No. Was this sexist, classist, oppressive, and mayoral? Mayoral? No. Everything else? Yes." As a young one, I learned that some types of behavior are acceptable and some types of behavior are unacceptable. When I did things wrong, I had to learn from that experience. Even as an adult, I've had to face doing things wrong sometimes and learn from that experience. It's quite uncomfortable. The way that you have prioritized defending yourself in this self-inflicted crisis over humbly stepping down from your mayoral position until the case is closed or you have been cleared is inaccurate. It is not appropriate to stay in your position while this gets sorted. The correct thing to do is to step down, hire a therapist, engage your support network, and get to work. You have a big life ahead of you, regardless of what happens here. You have work to do, and it is not in the form of being our town mayor. May you get the healing you need so that your unhealed wounds stop harming others, and may you do the right thing and step down so that those of us who you have harmed can continue with our healing. I yield my time.
Next, we have William Mackey. William, you're going to need to unmute yourself. William? All right, William, we cannot hear you. If you want to keep your hand raised and we can try to come back to you. Next, we have Peter Gisella.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, my name's Peter Gisella. I'm a 30-year Windsor resident, and I like to balance hard data with people's individual perceptions. I'm going to read a brief email that I just sent an hour ago to the town clerk about this meeting. Hi, some questions ideally for tonight, but also to the investigators being made by Sheriff's Office and the State Attorney's Office. No, one of four. I hope that the mayor's Saturday statement could be placed in today's meeting record, even just as important if the mayor could read it for the record. 2, from statement. She used her political, professional, and community sway combined with alcohol to force me into sexual situations that I did not want at a government conference. It is unclear to me what government conference you were referring to. Is this the Boys and Girls Club Craft Fest or another event? 3, is there a video documentation of this distasteful relevant moments that happened in 2020? I read a reporter stating this was available possibly from the mayor or some of his friends. 4, can the mayor explain on Sunday, the mayor doubled down on his claims against Lemus, reaffirming his decision not to resign and call on Lemus to resign both as council member and in her role as deputy district attorney. And I just hope more clarity can be achieved through the investigations by the sheriff's office and the state attorney's office as to the hard details regarding these events that happened in 2020, which would be considered relevant and of a criminal nature. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Next, we have William Mackey. William, we need you should be unmuted. You should be able to talk. Sorry, it's not working. If you want to try to log out and log back in, and hopefully we can get it to work. Next we've got Nick Bennett.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Nick Bennett. I live at 1033 Hampshire Lane in Windsor. I am very disappointed. The allegations of sexual assault and rape have clearly damaged the relationship between the town and its residents. The mayor has clearly lost the trust of Windsor residents and thus his ability to effectively govern, and must resign so that the town can rebuild. As a devoted stepfather of a 13-year-old girl, I am horrified to hear of these allegations. In addition to the allegations of sexual assault and rape, I am also very concerned with the report that during the month of August 2020, when the alleged assault on Councilmember Lemus occurred, while our town was dealing with the Walbridge fire and the COVID pandemic and all of the restrictions on our liberty that came with it, Mayor Foppoli was reported to have hosted late-night parties at his winery. While the mayor was allegedly hosting guests at his winery, we were being told that our kids could not go to school or play at the park. We were told that our businesses had to shut down. We were told not to have parties with our neighbors or stay out too late. Weddings have been postponed. Funerals have been canceled. People have lost their lives, and people have taken their lives. Mayor Foppoli's alleged lack of regard for public health is a slap in the face to every resident and business owner in Windsor who have been struggling to keep their heads up. I fully support the removal of Dominic Foppoli from the position of town mayor, and I support the removal of any town council member who willfully ignores public health and safety protocols during this pandemic. Thank you.
Next, all it says is H.
Hi. The reason I didn't put my name is because I'm sorry, this is so difficult for me. But for the first time on a public forum, I'm here to say that I too am a survivor of sexual assault, not at the hands of this deplorable man. But the reason I have come here to open up about this here is I am begging you, sir, to step down. When you put out statements like the ones you did to defend yourself against these abhorrent, horrible things. You make every survivor in this county relive the horrible things that have happened to us. You do not have a right to be a mayor in this county. It is not a right to be a politician, but I have to live with the fact, with the things that happen to me every single day. And you have created an atmosphere where I have no safe place in this county. None of us do. All of you should be ashamed. All of you need to step down. It is not okay what has happened. I have a little sister who works for the county, who works for the city of Windsor. I have to relive the fear every single day, not knowing if she's going to be safe at the hands of any of you. And you sit there and pretend like this is some thing that you're entitled to. So now we have to go through this recall process. I have to live about the next year, hearing your name, hearing the fact that you're defending these actions that you have done on these 6+ women. It is not acceptable. And we will not be silent, but you should make this easier for the rest of the victims in Sonoma County. Please step down. And if you don't, I hope to God that you hear my voice in your head every single day that you don't step down until you get recalled out, because, sir, that is going to happen. And Deborah Fudge, shame on you. Shame on every single person on this council for the emails that you were sent. And everyone here is pretending like I didn't get to see it. I don't know what you're talking about. We all know that you're liars. Please save every single victim the decency of having to relive their own trauma every single day until you guys all get recalled. Please, please, please step down.
Next, we have C. Borg.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Charlotte Borg. I'm a Sonoma County resident. I'm calling to echo the demand for Dominic Foppoli to resign. It is clear that this man is unfit for public office or of a position of authority of any kind. This man's behavior has been absolutely disgusting at every turn. His attempts to cling to power by trying to gaslight both the people he's harmed and the community at large will not work. We do not believe you. Even in this meeting, he has tried to deflect responsibility and talked about what? Do you love this town? Wasn't I good for this town? No, apparently not. I hope that someday this man comes to truly reckon with the depth of harm that he's caused. Victims of rape do not get past it. You learn to live with it. In the meantime, the people of Sonoma County, and more specifically of Windsor, do not want you anymore. You are not the source of good present in Windsor, Dominic Foppoli. You are also not the victim here. You can't lie your way out of this. Keep your falsehoods, your sob story. 6 different women have spoken out against you, and you play the victim yourself. You are a cruel, small man. You are a rapist. I stand in solidarity with the women who have suffered at your hand and await your resignation. I yield my time.
Next, we have Teresa Norton.
Good evening. I'm a long-term Windsor resident. What's been disclosed in the last many days indicates that Mayor Foppoli, you must resign. The position of mayor and all town council members are positions of leadership. Leadership requires credibility. Credibility is the foundation of your positions. But it begins with personal credibility, which is about trust, respect, and being believable, terms that council member Salmon spoke about. The allegations raised in the Chronicle article and subsequent reporting severely questions and inhibits Mayor Foppoli's personal credibility, and in turn, his leadership credibility. Leadership should not, but always is. It should be about the greater good. It should be about people, and here our entire community. While in our country, innocence is presumed, this is not a court of law. It's a community in need of credible, effective leadership. As I said, I've lived in Windsor a long time, about 20 years, and I believe that Windsor has had strong, credible leadership, not just in the last 3 years, but for a long time. The investigation against Mayor Foppoli will take many, many months, and it will hang over our town like a plague. Leadership requires making really difficult decisions for the greater good. If Mayor Foppoli really cares about this community as he protests to do, then he will resign. And as a long-term member of this community, I ask you, Mayor Foppoli, resign for the best of our community. Thank you.
Next, we have Mitchell Egan.
Actually, this is Sherry Egan. Mitch ceded his time to me. I would just like to echo several points that were made by a previous member. And one of the things that somewhat distresses me is the fact that, and believe me, I hold no love for this man at all. I think he's vile, but he has not been tried. He has not been proven guilty. And we are all crucifying him now without due process. That is not legal. Number two, he needs to go. We no longer live in a good old boy society where you can do anything you want if you got a good group of friends who can keep you out of trouble. Deborah Fudge knew exactly what was happening, and the political aspirations of the two of them together need to be dashed to the ground and stomped. Neither of them belongs in the position of power they hold. But, and I also would like to make it clear that I do not in any way condone anything, but no means no. Because if you say no, I don't care what you wore or how you smelled or how much you had to drink. No means no. That being said, if you're going to go into the bar and get drunk every night, there's going to be some certain assumptions that are made. And if you truly mean no, then you have to own your behavior too. Either way, this is a vile situation, reflects very poorly on our town, which is the most wonderful place to live and raise children. You need to go. You need to own it. You need to fix yourself and move on. But as the previous person said, your political career is down the drain, babe. Own it. I cede my time.
Next, we have Elizabeth Escalante.
Good evening. I'm heard. You can hear me, yeah?
Yes.
I speak as a human rights commissioner. I, Elizabeth Escalante, a resident of Sonoma County and a commissioner on Sonoma County's Commission on Human Rights, and I call for your immediate resignation now. Your community is calling you and imploring you to do this and to take this step. If you had any ounce of remorse, you can prove that tonight by resigning immediately. This is not about being innocent until proven guilty. This is about the loss of trust and credibility of Foppoli and his fitness to serve this town. Do not put the residents of Windsor, through this recall. They've had enough. And the residents of Windsor do not want someone accused of sexual assault from all of these multiple credible sources. and even those who are speaking tonight. No one, okay, no town should have a rapist for a mayor. And because of your petulance, you are not allowing your community to heal. And I say your petulance is just an understatement, for what you are doing right now. I believe every single woman who has brought forward their account of how you harmed them and made them your victims, that they are survivors. All 6 of the women are survivors, including the ones who have been unnamed and the countless other people you harmed. They should not be sorry. It was never their fault. Carson Davis, H, all the other women here, it was never your fault. Do not say sorry to them. You don't have to answer to them. You don't have to answer to Foppoli. You don't have to answer to the town of Windsor. Any of the elected officials there, that is not your job to be answered. You are the one. You should be receiving the justice and the apologies. I yield my time.
Next, we've got Jeff Church.
Hello, my name is Jeff Church. I'm a longtime resident of Windsor. My name is Jeff Church. I'm a longtime resident of Windsor. I just feel that in light of the situation, Dominic, you really need to step down. There's been a lot of powerful voices here. People with personal experiences. And for the better of Windsor, you really just need to step down. You need to take care of yourself. From things I've heard, this is not something new. This is an ongoing long-term problem. And you need to deal with it, but it needs to be done away from Windsor. That being said, I think, Deb, you also should consider maybe retiring. I don't know how effective you're going to be after this. And that's all I have to say.
All right, next we have Jason Roberts.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, geez. Where to even start? You start with all these great ideas in your head about what you're going to say, and I can't say anything better than anybody else has already, other than to say, you need some help, sir. We're seeing clear signs of narcissism, clear signs of a sociopath, and I wish you all the best in your fight against the legal system, because you have a hard one coming. You're right. I agree with you in your statement that you have not been convicted criminally of any crime. You deserve due process related to the charges that likely will be brought against you. But you have no right serving as a public figure in the town of Windsor. I think many people have said it better than me, and so I will leave it at that. But thank you.
Next, we've got it says Keenan.
Can the rapist mayor hear me?
We can hear you.
I'm going to try and be brief so that I don't get emotional or break the rules. First, it is a joke that a known rapist is running a meeting on his rape accusations. How has this group allowed this to happen? And what kind of narcissistic sociopath does this? What kind of man calls the women he raped liars and causes them even more trauma? I personally know this poor excuse for a human, and I know without a doubt that Dominic Foppoli is a rapist. In his club of active 20, 30, 50, Santa Rosa, his behavior and abuse of women has been openly known, and he has been treated as a gross joke for years. So much so that they have given him the nickname The Clap after the STD. Multiple people have abandoned a club that raises money for children because of you being a scumbag. I would love to hear more from the Santa Rosa Club he spent over a decade with comment on his nickname and known misdeeds in the club. Everyone knew you, Dominic Foppoli, are a rapist. You raped multiple women. You drugged and violently raped young women who trusted you. You deserve to rot in jail. The bare minimum is that you resign immediately and disappear. Your own family recognizes that you are a rapist and wishes you to resign. Secondly, earlier in the meeting, Ken kept saying that the writer of the 2017 letter wanted no action taken. I find this hard to believe since they wrote that email to the council to appraise them of Dominic's sexual assault. I know from experience in these situations, it is often phrased as, if you want action to be taken, you would have to come forward and identify yourself. I would appreciate if Ken could speak to this, as I feel if it was misrepresented. There's a difference between not wanting charges to be brought forward and not being ready to face your assaulter and name yourself. Third, this rapist is in a public position and we are allowed to try him in the court of public opinion. I can't believe that some people say we need to stand by until a trial. I can't believe that some people say drinking is an invitation to rape. Fuck you, Foppoli, you rapist. I yield my time.
Next, we've got John Hendrickson.
I have
John,
unmuted myself. My name is John Hendrickson, and I'm a Windsor resident and voter. As an attorney, I ardently support due process and believe there are two sides to each story. I am encouraging Mayor Foppoli to resign because of these allegations, and as a Windsor resident, I am demanding the mayor's resignation as he can no longer effectively govern. These allegations are a distraction to the mayor and the city, and is an international embarrassment as it has been reported by the BBC. Under these circumstances, it is impossible to govern, and for the good of the community, the mayor must resign. I want to close with just one thought. There has not been a single public comment of support. Not one. The mayor has lost the public trust. Thank you.
Next, we have Allegra Wilson.
Hi, sorry. This is actually her husband, Alan Worsthal. Mayor Foppoli has heard from countless members of the community tonight, calling him out for the monster that he is. Even if he believes himself innocent of these accusations, which seem to grow more and more every few days, why would he so stubbornly insist on remaining in any leadership role whatsoever? Why does he insist on leading a community that rightly calls him out as a rapist? Everyone on the council is complicit in covering for a rapist. None of you have the trust of the community and should all resign in disgrace. I'm at least glad that the rapist mayor is forced to listen to his community call him out for being a rapist for however long you're going to let this go on for. Since polite language was asked for earlier, I will politely ask that all of you please immediately resign.
Next, we have Charlene Staton. Charlene, you need to unmute yourself. Charlene, you need to unmute yourself in order to talk. It shows you as muted. All right, we're going to move on to the next one. Charlene, if you want to keep your hand up, we'll try to get back to you, or if you want to sign off and sign back on. Next, we've got Abigail S.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm going to give you none of my fear, none of my sadness, because you do not deserve them, and I do not feel them towards you. For those of you who have had the nerve and the gall to bring up that this man should not be tried in the court of public opinion, unfortunately, that may be the only court he isn't tried in. According to the Rape and Abuse Incest International Network, there are, out of every 1,000 assaults, 230 are reported to police. 46 lead to arrest, and 9 are referred to prosecutors. 5 lead to a conviction, and 4.6 will be incarcerated. Out of 1,995 of these perpetrators walk free. And if you think that a 99% rate of getting off scot-free isn't going to apply here, you're delusional. To Sam Salmon, who had the gall to say that he was okay with appointing Foppoli to a position despite knowing these things because he thought he was only going to be vice mayor, you are negligent and you are complicit. To Deborah Fudge, who also knew these accusations, you are negligent and you are complicit, and seeing you cry does nothing for me. To you, Dominic Foppoli, I say that I am not afraid of you. I will never be afraid of you. And for those women who are, I will stand here in front of you and give you none of it because you don't deserve it. You have lost the confidence of any resident of Sonoma County, and you have abused your power and your position to the point of no return. And I have seen you throughout this meeting, sighing, rolling your eyes, not looking at the people who are talking. And frankly, I think that is indicative of this council and your opinion of what is happening today. Watching all of you just dismiss this and even hesitate to open up public comment is indicative of your attitude towards all of this. You have done nothing for this community, and all of you are complicit. All of you have watched this happen and done nothing. If you think that what happens with Foppoli is going to be any different from any rapist elsewhere in the nation, I hope it will be. I hope you rot in prison. But as far as the statistics go, you won't. So you will sit here and listen to us talk. You will listen to us give you a tongue lashing because maybe that's all you're going to get. And if you have to sit here for a few hours and listen to some people complain, so be it, because your survivors will have to live with what you did for the rest of your and their lives. I yield my time.
Next, we've got Charlene Staton again to see if it'll work this time. Charlene, you need to unmute. Charlene, I'm sorry, it doesn't seem to be working. If you want to try to sign back off and come back on and raise your hand, I will call you again later on in the meeting. So next we've got Jacques Carter.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, my name is Jacques Carter. I live on Star Road. I've been a Windsor resident for 31 years. I'm a member and starting member of the Windsor Neighborhood Coalition. We represent 116 members. I recently retired engineer, and in doing so, I've been more focused on the town of Windsor. And in doing so, I formed this coalition because I noticed things were being done on the town council that were done behind closed doors. I noticed that Deborah Fudge was doing things behind closed doors, and also Foppoli in regarding the Robert Greene project. Now, What's been exposed is the whole political process that was decided that Dominic was going to become mayor. They knew about everything in 2017 and decided to cover it up and make sure Dominic was mayor. Once he was elected, he couldn't be removed. That way he was not appointed any longer. Now they're going to try to stack the council with other members and do whatever they want. They'd have no care for the residents of Windsor. The way WNC Coalition, the Windsor Neighborhood Coalition, has no faith in the town council at all, of any of the members. You're all involved in this thing, including our question of leadership in the Windsor Police Department. This thing should have been exposed before the election of Dominic, so we could have all known, and he probably would not become mayor. But you've all decided to cover this up, and now you've been exposed. Now, right now, we need to blow the town council up and start with a new batch. You guys have already been proven that you cannot be trusted. We have lost our faith. And Dominic needs to resign. Deborah needs to resign. Sam, you need to think about it. We need it. You guys have done your work. It's over. Thank you. I rest my time.
Okay, next we have Jeremy.
Please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
First off, I just want to commend the bravery of all the women that have come forward, and anybody that's out there that hasn't come forward yet, just know that you'll be welcomed with open arms and compassion. Dominic, you failed us completely. There's no nice way to say it. You got to go. The fact that you're still sitting there just shows what kind of person you are. You lack integrity, decency. There's something wrong with you. You need to go get yourself fixed. I don't know how you got elected. It's crazy to me. I don't work in Sonoma County. I'm a Windsor resident of 12 years. I work in another county. When I go to work every day, people say, here's the resident of Rape Town. They refer to you as Mayor Cosby. You are a joke. You are an embarrassment. And I think I speak for everybody in this town when I say, fuck you, Dominic. Get out of our town. I yield.
Next we have Bill Williams. Bill, you need to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. Good evening. My name is Bill Williams. I'm a resident of town of Windsor for over 20 years. I don't think I can say it any better than what has been expressed by those before me tonight, especially the women. Mr. Foppoli, in listening to your opening statement tonight, if we assume for the moment that you are not a criminal as you assert, and assume for the moment that you will be exonerated ultimately from any legal consequence of these claims made against you, your decision to remain in our town council is making a decision, although possibly in your mind's political interest, is wholly not in this town's interest. If you truly care about this town as you claim, then you will choose to step down, fight these charges separately from the recall drama that is bound to occur, and then later, if you choose, re-enter political life then. This would be the honorable course of action. To do otherwise is showing a complete lack of honor of a true man of character, and only exhibits an unbridled ego. The town is hurting. You are hearing that tonight. Don't pull a Matt Gaetz or a Harvey Weinstein. It never turns out well. But I suppose unbridled narcissism is incapable of learning from these object lessons. Mr. Foppoli, for the sake of Windsor, please step down, work on yourself, and maybe be redeemed through this show of honor and character. Do the honorable thing and announce your resignation tonight. Thank you.
Next, we have Josh Maurer.
Hi, thank you. This is Amanda Maurer. I am a Windsor resident and I do not have a prepared statement, but like so many people have eloquently put, I just want to be heard and ask that you, Dominic Foppoli, resign as mayor of our wonderful town. This is not a court of law. This is not a hearing. I trust that law enforcement will do their job and may you face the consequences. But here we're talking about our town. We're talking about what's in our town's best interest. And if you do love this town, please do not drag us through a recall. It's a waste of everybody's time, effort, and energy because you know it's going to happen. You will be recalled. There's absolutely no hope for you to not get recalled. So you literally are just going to drag us through the drama for absolutely no reason, just for your own narcissistic, sociopathic issues that I, again, echo with everybody else. Please go and get yourself some help because it clearly needs to happen. But I do wish to say just to you personally, Dominic, if these sorts of allegations were against me, my public response would probably not to be go and attack somebody else to try to divert attention. That was absolutely disgusting just as a human being. I don't care if you're the mayor, if you're the president of the United States. I mean, that was just absolutely disgusting. And I just want you to know that you may be 100% innocent. And if that's the case, then let that be. But for that to be your response, you absolutely disgust me. But again, as a resident of this wonderful town, I beg you to please not drag us through this recall process because we all know what the outcome is going to be. I ask you to please resign, Dominic Foppoli. I yield my time.
Next, we have Troy. Troy, you need to unmute yourself. Troy, I need you to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll try to come back to you. So next we have Adriana Garland.
Good evening. My name is Adriana Garland, and I've been a resident of Windsor my entire life. The town of Windsor deserves a public servant and not a dirty politician. It is a fundamental fact that the public expects and deserves its public servants to serve the public's interest, not private or political interests. The allegations of Dominic Foppoli's misconduct against women are astounding, shocking, to say the least. And this is not representative of the values consistent with the town of Windsor. Elected officials must model the behavior that we want to see. The mayor has lost the public trust, and he must resign. Public perception matters a great deal as public servants. Public officials are stewards in the public's trust in public governing institutions. This also includes public confidence in doing the right thing. All public servants must maintain a high standard of conduct that promotes public confidence. You have lost public confidence, and you should resign, Mayor Foppoli. I believe all the victims, and I stand with them, and I believe them. I yield my time.
Next, we've got Troy. Let's see if we can unmute this on this. I'm sorry, Troy, it doesn't seem to be working. I'd recommend we talk about with the others about signing out and signing back in. We'll move on to Courtney Scott.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Courtney Scott. I am a Sonoma County resident, and I'm here tonight to say that we cannot allow people like Foppoli to remain in positions of power. Dominic, you are a predator. At best, you don't seem to know it, and at worst, you're a narcissistic gaslighter. Please take the time to listen to other people and accept how you have affected them. I stand with these women and ask you to stop wasting government resources. I urge you to resign and create a plan to become a better man. I yield my time.
Next, we've got John. John, you should be able to talk. John, we can't hear you. All right, we're going to move on to Carrie Marvin. Carrie, you need to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm a Windsor resident of 17 years, Sonoma County for about 30. I am a mother, I'm a wife. Carson, when I heard you speak, I just wanted to say, if you're still listening, that I am so sorry. To the other women, 6 and counting, I'm not sure what else, but my heart goes out to you all, and my words are not enough. Mayor Foppoli, you say that you love Windsor, then resign, resign, resign. This is our town. You have embarrassed our town nationally. You've embarrassed our community. You've embarrassed yourself. You haven't taken responsibility for your actions. Mayor Foppoli, resign, resign, resign. Our town needs to heal. Your actions are that of a sociopath. You have no conscience. You are narcissistic, caring more about yourself than our town and these women. I believe Esther Lemus, she is brave, she is strong. Mayor Foppoli, resign, resign, resign. You have reassaulted her with your lies. Do the right thing for once. Resign, resign, resign. I will work tirelessly on a recall if you do not do the right thing. I yield my time.
Okay. Next, we've got Bobby Payne.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I want to touch on something a little bit different here, just because I know a lot of people are hurting, to include yourself, Mayor. One of my leadership philosophies is, before you get furious, get curious. And I like to learn and dig into everything and try to get the facts. And I know there's a lot of facts that are going to continue to come out with this situation. And that will all come out in time with due process, and everyone deserves that. For those that don't know me, I'm a 21-year Air Force chief and a first responder. And we deal with this stuff a lot in the military, unfortunately. But that has given me a position to kind of grow through a lot of tough times when having to deal with this. And, you know, we have the UCMJ. We deal with things a little bit differently. And in the military, if this exact situation was to happen, my wife and I were talking about that, the individual accused, regardless of the due process and things that need to happen, would be removed, just because there's a law in the military called lack of ability to lead. And we lost that here. We don't have, or there's some certain members that don't have the ability to lead anymore. They need to be removed, and then things need to unfold the way they need to unfold. And regardless of what happens at the end, you just will never have that ability to lead anymore. Leadership is about relationships, and a lot of those relationships have been broken, and you'll never be able to get those back. So it's just important to stand down for the community, so the community can continue to grow and thrive, especially with some tough times coming up ahead. What I really want to touch on, though, with my last minute and a half, is another thing that I've dealt with, unfortunately, a lot in the military and as a first responder for 21 years, is people feeling like they can't handle it anymore, and maybe suicide is something they think about. So to all the victims, everyone that's had a tough time with this, anybody that kind of thinks I just can't handle this, and maybe the other option feels pretty good right now, take my number down. It's 707-800-2476. Once again, 707-800-2476. Call me day or night. If you ever think it's just too tough to talk about or too tough to deal with anymore, and you don't have anybody there for you, I will be at your side 24/7. And that includes you as well, Mayor, because I think even though with everything going on, I don't want the next headline to be something that possibly happened to you. I want you to go through what you need to go through so you could grow and learn and be the man that you need to be for your family. But anybody that thinks they just can't handle this, call me day or night. This is very tough for everybody, and we need to be together. We need to lock arms as a community, and we will get through this. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next, we have a phone number, and it ends in 0848. So if your phone number ends in 0848, you're going to be unmuted now. And there you go.
Hi, I'm Sandy Reynolds, and I've been a Windsor resident since 1994. I'm also a retired high school counselor, and I have, over the years, heard multiple young women who have described sexual abuse by predators, such as yourself, Dominic, unfortunately. And I know that there are many other young women out there who have experienced that trauma by you. You have damaged their lives. You need to resign. I have no longer any trust in you or confidence in you to be the leader of my town. If you really love Windsor, then you will resign. And if you don't resign, I assure you, I will be a very strong advocate and participant in the recall process. So do us all the service that you need to and resign now. Thank you.
Next, we have Alfonso Gaitan.
Hey, can you hear me, Dominic?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, first of all, I would like to say that it's absolutely ludicrous that we can't curse here. And it really shows how much of a child you are. Unfortunately, I'm an English major, so I have a high enough diction to make you feel bad without cursing. So I just want to say that you're a pig and a disgusting scoundrel. You need to resign, and a lot more than that, buddy. You are an awful person. You just... God, I'm sorry that I'm feeling so overzealous right now because you've perpetrated things that have hurt people that are so close to me. So it's very personal to me, obviously. So I'm going to yield my time, but before I go, fuck you. You're a piece of shit.
Next, we have, I can't pronounce the first name, but the last name is Schwager. The first name starts with a T. If we can unmute them. No, it's supposed to be Schwager next.
Oh,
All right,
that's
we can switch to Lindsay. All right, Lindsay, you're up.
Sorry, I got the unmute button.
No worries, go ahead.
Okay. So this is extremely emotional. But today I want to really recognize the level of gross negligence that occurred on behalf of the 2017 council and law enforcement of the time of the initial email. I don't understand why anybody thought it wasn't a red flag, why nobody thought that this would be a problem. But because of the timeout and the stern talking to that the council gave Dominic, he continued to hurt other people, and one of them was your colleague. You let a narcissist, and yes, I just diagnosed you, continue to be a predator in our community, and you have to live with that guilt. Dominic, your blasé attitude really just goes to show that you don't care about the people the way you say you do, and you failed not just the town of Windsor, but Sonoma County as a whole. As a sexual assault survivor, a public servant, and a human being with basic morals, I am disgusted and ashamed of Dominic and anybody who was complicit. So if you do not do the decent thing and resign tonight, people from all corners of the county will be volunteering on behalf of the campaign for your resignation, because your career and your time of harming women is over.
Okay, next we've got Tish Wager.
Hi, Mayor Foppoli. We're having difficulties because this person is using a older version of Zoom, and it only allows to talk if we promote to a panelist temporarily.
Okay.
Okay.
That's whatever you think is appropriate.
We can go ahead and promote temporarily.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tajli Schweiger. I am a middle school student and a resident of Windsor, as I have been most of my life. And I would just like to use this time to remind everybody in the audience tonight that the mayor himself is leading this meeting, despite the things he has done and despite the allegations against him. I would like to remind you all that despite the fact that they are supposed to represent us, the council members here actually had confusions about whether or not they had to listen to us before they were allowed to vote. I hope all of you hate these people, because I think any other stance is depressingly ignorant. Additionally, I'm disgusted by the fact that the members of the council have prioritized speaking about how hard this has been for them over the effects of the trauma that the victims are facing. Dominic Foppoli, you are an awful person. Everyone else on this council, you are protecting him. I don't care if he's your friend. I don't care if he's your coworker. I don't care if you respect him. I don't care if you support his politics. He has failed us and eliminated our trust in him. I honestly, at this point, I don't care if he's guilty or not. I believe that he is, but I think regardless of whether or not he is, this entire situation just goes to show that him and everybody on the town council has completely let us down and does not accurately support us. And if your alignment with his politics matters more to you than the awful things he has probably done, you have no business in power. You have no business saying that you represent us. And I would like to remind the officials there that they are awful people who have failed us, and all of you. And to the people of our county, your voice matters. And I would like to say that, Foppoli, you better resign. And if you don't, then there will be an outrage. The people here have expressed themselves. Everybody hates you at this point. Everybody who has spoken, even if they've had confusions, hates you. It's pretty clear at this point. There will be protests if you don't resign, and I'm urging everybody here, if this man does not step down and if he is not forced out of his position, you better use your voice, and you better speak up, and you better protest against this. You have betrayed the people, Mr. Foppoli, and you better resign. Thank you. That is all.
Next, we've got Tori Crowder.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I just have to say, this time has brought a lot of things up for me. I am just, first and foremost, I stand with all victims of sexual assault, no matter what kind it is. And what we're all coming to learn is that there's a lot of different ways that you can be sexually assaulted. And the fact that anybody has questioned these victims' stories and their timeline for when they have come forward is disturbing. One thing that just rips me apart is the fact that my 7-year-old daughter, we're a neighbor of yours, Dominic. And there's been people in our neighborhood in front of your house. And my child has been outside playing and she wants to know what's going on. And now I'm having to have conversations with my 7.5-year-old daughter about sexual assault. It is not okay what has gone on. And I feel like every member of our town council has failed us, every single one. And sometimes the best thing you can do as a leader is know when to step aside and let somebody else lead. And I ask that all of you consider doing that at this point in time. These children in Sonoma County have gone through enough. Half of them are not even back in school. Their only outlet is to go outside of their home, outside and play. And now the children in Ventana step outside and there's people protesting in front of your house, and it's only going to get worse if you don't resign. This year has been hard. This last year has been hard enough on everyone. I just ask you all to please dig deep and do what's right for Windsor. That's all I have to say.
Next, we've got Mark C.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm just full of disappointment in general about the whole thing. I don't believe for a second that all the people in politics in the county didn't know anything about this. For everyone to be saying, I had no idea what was going on, that just, methinks they doth protest too much. And the way that it was covered in the Press Democrat was just with kid gloves. I was very disappointed with that as well. It seemed like the press was just trying really hard to keep their hands away from it rather than digging in. For those who are using the due process, saying that, everyone's entitled to due process, it's an argument that's always bothered me. And, to them, I would say that, fine, due process is, go ahead. And if you'd like to have your, sister or your daughter or your niece hang out with Mayor Foppoli at a party, that's fine. You're entitled to your due process argument. I think that Mayor Foppoli is a dangerous person. And I don't think that, from what I've read, that the law is necessarily going to catch up with his activities. It might, I don't know. I guess that the legally things are being done about that, but it seems like he's away from that. And really all that we're worrying about right now is him staying in office. And now, of course, the rest of the council. And it seems really clear that everybody needs to think about stepping away from their positions because they don't seem to have done very well with the people's trust. And to Mayor Foppoli, I would say that I'm sure this has been a very difficult meeting for you, but I'm sure that it really still doesn't compare with what Councilmember Lemus has had to deal with for the past 3 years after what she had experienced. And I just, as I said, I'm full of disappointment. I think it looks very bad for the town of Windsor, and I think it looks very bad for the county of Sonoma. And thank you very much.
Next, we've got Martha Hernandez. Martha, you need to unmute. Martha, we need you to unmute. All right, we'll have to come back. So next week, it looks like Zahara.
Hi, I just want to make sure that you hear me.
Yes.
Thank you very much. My first question tonight for you all is, how does social justice and sexual assault go hand in hand? History has shown us that America and Sonoma County have gone wrong for like decades. And I totally recommend everybody to read the op-ed written by former Chair Demetrius Smith in The Bohemian. And I quote, "Sonoma County has never had its Me Too reckoning. Let this finally be the moment. This county has a deep history of sexual assault, rape, and torture of womenex, beginning with the widespread enslavement of California Native people and enslaved Black people forcefully brought here by Southern slaveholders from Missouri and elsewhere who, quote unquote, founded this county. Tonight, I want to pull back the hood for the jury to examine. The same system that killed George Floyd is the same system protecting Mayor Floppy. Exhibit A, PD botched this story because their boards and investors have poured their money in keeping their power. Just as PG&E murdered over 100 people and their salaries doubled, who owns our local press? It's why they want to breed and fund candidates like Mayor Floppy. Exhibit B, fifth survivor who is Mexican and Irish ancestry stated that on multiple occasions, Mayor licked his fingers, wiped her cheek and said, I quote, "I am just trying to see if the brown would come off," end quote. That's a bigot for you, Sonoma County. Exhibit C, Sonoma County Sheriff cannot be trusted. Please reference the Commission on Human Rights report from July of 2020 for violations on human rights. And I'd also like to add the following. Our sheriff's misogynistic behavior towards women in leadership roles, disregarding shelter-in-place order, and has lawsuits using excessive force. So members of the jury, how can we trust a police department who can't even hold their own accountable and are part of the old boy network, the same network that Mayor Foppoli is associated with? Exhibit D, Mayor Foppoli owns a private security that is listed and made public in Form 700 that Catholic Charity utilizes. Catholic Charities has also been accused of sexual assault back on 2019. County resources, nonprofits, religious or not, and even clubs like Active 2030, it's no wonder services for survivors are not safe nor protected because they are controlled by people who protect predators, not survivors. So we need to see the whole board for what it is, a plantation mindset that has normalized rape culture that is rooted in white supremacy. We need to take a closer look at all elected officials who knew about Mayor Foppoli, former mayor of Sebastopol, and mayor of Sonoma. Holding all of those involved in all institutions in a step is a flawed process towards accountability. So you need to resign, and everyone else who you must resign. And for 2022, we need to elect better officials. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we've got Jennifer Wirtz.
You know, Dominic, I cannot believe your arrogance that you are here running this meeting right now to start with. And you're just acting so obtuse, like it's just business as usual. Next comment, next comment, next comment. Kind of like a sociopath that's not listening to anyone. And if you are a Catholic and you think you're just like repenting by, you know, listening to people criticize you and then everything's going to be okay, it's not going to be okay, man. You work for the people. And the people do not want you, and you are not listening, you're being like a petulant child. I'm not going to resign. I'm going to be the mayor, and I'm going to get through this. And you're actually so arrogant that you accused victims that you victimized of like somehow victimizing you. That is crazy. You're a narcissist. The people don't want you anymore. You're despicable. Your career is over. And I want to add to this You're going to end up in an orange jumpsuit. You need to check out reality. You're going to be in prison, and they're going to strip search you, and they're going to put you in special custody, and rapists don't do well in prison, and that's where you're going. You think that you're still the mayor of Windsor? You're not. You're nothing. You're a disgrace. Nobody wants you. You're going to be disgraced for the rest of your life, and you need to leave. I let somebody else take the rest of my time.
Next, we've got Michael Titone.
I'm not going to thank you. First of all, I don't appreciate you facilitating this meeting, telling us to mute and unmute like you're giving us power to speak. This is probably how you want it to be. That's why you insisted on running this meeting, so you can manipulate us. You've positioned yourself in such a way that there's this illusion that you're needed, but you're not needed here. You are a rapist. You do not have the right to be believed until proven guilty. That's not part of due process. That is part of rape culture. That's part of allowing rapists to maintain their power and privilege by silencing survivors as well as those who believe survivors. To you, it's logic. That's your word. Logic. That you should be believed over 6 women. That we should give you the benefit of every single doubt until you're judged guilty in court. Due process, what you're really demanding is our suspension of our own common sense. It's not logic. We've passed the point of red flags here. Due process has nothing to do with constituents or other elected officials failing to presume your innocence. No one has to presume your innocence. Relying on the suspension of all judgments based on the expectation of survivors to prove that your guilt, that's rape culture, and it's not doing anything for your defense. Neither do the disgusting and retributive attacks you made on Esther Lemus. When you have resigned or been removed, I don't see this going any other way. None of your rights will have been taken away. Just your privilege to represent the constituents who no longer trust you. You're a public servant. Windsor is not obligated to accommodate you, much less the whole Sonoma County, because right now we're all accommodating you. We're all in this meeting with you. We're waiting for you to do the right thing, which is resign, and you're not. I stand with survivors. I stand with Esther Lemus. I demand justice for them, which goes well beyond your removal from office. Resign so people can breathe. If you don't, the recall is going to be furious. Sam Salmon, you should resign. You knew. Deborah Fudge, you should resign. You knew. I wasn't going to say that tonight, but after the defensive and self-centering intros I heard from you, I'm going to bump that up. Do you take this seriously? That's the question I have for you. Are you listening to people? But none of that takes away from the immediate concern, which is you, Mayor. You need to resign. Stop thinking you're untouchable. Stop thinking that no one's going to take you out of power. You're going to lose power. You're going to lose your privilege. And you should never, ever set foot in meetings like this where you think you can facilitate these kinds of conversations. How dare you?
Next, we've got Anna Valdez.
Hello, Mayor Foppoli. I am Dr. Anna Valdez. I am a Windsor resident and your neighbor. And I'm really disappointed by the introduction statements that happened today. And I'm also disappointed that you are overseeing this meeting. But you said, do you feel safe? I think speaking to what it is you've done as a mayor outside of the allegations against you. And I'm a mother of 2 young women that lives in your neighborhood, and I do not feel safe because of the allegations against you. And whether or not those allegations result in any kind of legal consequences for you, they have damaged your ability to lead this community. And I have no faith in you as a leader, and I don't think the rest of the community has a faith in you as a leader. So I'm asking you to resign, and I yield the rest of my time.
Next, we've got just as R.I.
All right. So I just want to start off with saying the rich white male privilege that you reek of is absolutely disgusting. And it's that privilege that has made you think that you're going to get away with this. It's that privilege that has made you feel like, or actually, no, excuse me. It's that privilege that made you have no remorse, and that privilege that made you feel you don't have to resign. You have sexually abused and raped multiple women. You are a rapist, and it's interesting you're out here trying to tone police residents and survivors of your rape in this meeting because you know you are guilty. How dare you? This is a slap in the face to the survivors of your rape and predatory ways. It is a slap in the face to any woman and people in general, including myself, of Sonoma County who are survivors of rape and sexual assault. You are the worst type of human being. You need to resign. You need to be in jail. Sam Salmon, you should also resign too. Telling me to have faith in humankind was disgusting when I wrote you that email. And lastly, to Bobby Payne, your dismissiveness of these survivors and saying, oh, you're hurting too, Mayor. I want to say, how dare you? Because there's numerous sexual assault and rape allegations in the military, and that happens all the time, that are shoved under the rug. I've heard these from multiple women that I know that were in the military. So lastly, I want to end with fuck you and Dominic, and fuck you too, Bobby Payne. I yield my time.
Next we have Willow LePron.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I think most of you know who I am. I spoke out in October of 2020 for the first time. And since then, easily 100 women have come forward telling me, if nothing else, thank you. He's a creep. I have been attacked by your friends, Dominic. I have been threatened by you personally that you'll have your friends sue me. Every person who was willing, I have diligently directed to even the smallest crumbs to the San Francisco Chronicle. But if you guys notice, for those of you who cared to fully read this article, Deb, the reporter needs 3, 4, 5 levels of corroboration. So if a victim didn't speak out within a week or so to several friends who were also available to talk to the Chronicle, those stories were deemed unusable. It doesn't mean they didn't happen. And now that you all know that I'm someone with inside info, I want you to know these aren't the only 6 people. I would like to highlight some stories that I have found in print, that I have found people have been speaking out. And I don't know if you guys haven't heard these, but I mean, these stories are corroborated. They're printed everywhere. But first, I want to clarify, because everyone assumes that we dated and that you raped me. My story with you personally is that we've met several times. My experience is that you're douchey, but you didn't rape me. So thanks for not raping me. Thanks for not drugging me. Thanks for not gang raping me with your friends and sodomizing me and leaving me naked for my husband to find. I'm really glad Esther doesn't have to be here for this. Her story is eerily similar to others who say that they were drugged, raped, and then found out later that there was digital recordings or photos. I've heard from your past girlfriends and friends, and while many of them have said that they'll never come forward because they're so afraid of you, they were happy to tell me to keep digging and point me in the right direction of other victims. And much like the gentleman in the 2030 Club, it's known in our circle of friends, because you and I went to school together, that you have a video collection, your porn collection. You had consensual sex with a friend of ours. You filmed it without her consent and showed it at parties. And while that was years ago and an experience that I thought was long gone, your roommates and party attendees have attested to the fact that you still show that video. Another roommate came forward who was willing to go on the record, but she hasn't gone to print yet, that in the late hours of this last fire season, you called her out of her bedroom as if the town was on fire. You had just gotten home from the bars. You were wasted. She ran out in her underwear to find you and another man waiting for her. She was lucky enough to be able to get away from the two of you and to run back into her room and lock herself safely in her room and to tell the other roommate, don't come out. Not every woman has been so lucky to get away from you. And I was horrified when I learned recently that you joined a Santa Rosa Junior College self-defense class where you joined women and teenagers, and you paired with these women and you learned the tactics that we use the tactics that we learn hoping to feel safe when attacked by a predator like you. You learned what you needed to know to defeat a woman who has taken a self-defense class. That is so twisted and premeditated, and it just shows us the potential of how much you truly have led a life of abusing women and honed your skills to do so. Another person speaking out and printed that his little sister, who was shadowing your campaign when she was 16 for a high school class, backed out and forfeited her community service hours because you made her so uncomfortable. She was 16, and she told her parents and her brother that she backed out because you made her uncomfortable, telling her that your dick was so big it didn't fit in your pants.
Willow, you're way past your time, and we've got a lot more people. We've got to move on.
I'm sure you do.
We've got Debbie next.
Hi, my name is Debbie, and I've been a resident of Windsor for approximately 17 years. I want to express my support for the brave women that have come forward to bring these allegations to light. I'm here seeking the resignations of Foppoli and Fudge. Dominic, you accuse Esther of a crime and demand she step down, yet you refuse to step down following accusations of sexual assault and rape by 6 different women. It's time for you to go. You are a blight on our town. Ask yourself this: can your ego sustain a recall? Because I'd wager on you being the first person in Windsor history to be successfully recalled. The people are speaking. You should listen and resign. Our town needs to move forward, and we cannot do that with you as a mayor. Deborah Fudge, stop lying about being shocked. You had the very detailed email from 2017. Your response to yet another allegation in 2020 was to accuse the sender of slander. You say you responded out of passion and haste. I believe that it was your passionate support for Foppoli that led you to respond so inappropriately. You turned a blind eye and disrespected your constituents. You're both unfit to lead this town. It's time for you to both step down. We do not trust you. We do not believe you. And we deserve better. I yield my time.
Next, we've got Betsy Malice.
I'm Betsy Malice. I'm a resident of Windsor. I've lived here for 13 years. I speak at almost every town council meeting. This obviously is a special meeting, and speaking now gives me great pain. Elected officials should be held to a higher standard of trust. The trust has been violated. Dominic, you've personally abused my trust by lying to me to my face on at least 2 occasions that were verifiable. That's a trust that's broken that we'll never get back. If you love Windsor, you will resign. You will clear your name. You will allow trust to come back to Windsor, and then you can choose your path. I stand with all of the survivors. I stand with Esther Lemus. Clearly, you love yourself more than you love Windsor, or its citizens, or the council members, or any of the town staff. Please do the right thing. Resign tonight. I yield my time.
Next, we have Morgan. Morgan, you need to unmute. There you go. Morgan, we can't hear you. All right, Morgan, you can try to come back on after, but I'm going to have to move on to the next person, which is Andrew. Andrew, you need to unmute. There you go.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. So, as you mentioned, my name's Andrew. I'm a father, a husband, and more importantly, I'm just a human being. You know, I'm listening to these women crying on this meeting today, and you know, you have no reaction. I have extensive experience with a sociopath, and you match it. So I'm going to speak to you in terms that you understand. You're hurting yourself. You're not listening to these women. How are you not in tears after hearing these people? I want to bring to your attention one key thing, that you're still not taking no for an answer. You're not being their mayor. You're not being a decent human being. These women didn't want you in their bed. They don't want you as their mayor, and they are saying no. And yet here you are, still not taking no for an answer. Be a man, step down tonight. And in fact, I'll yield my remainder of the time to any of these women. Or as a matter of fact, I'll yield my time right now and you can give your resignation. But knowing full well, you're not going to do that, because that would take you being a man, stepping up and doing the right thing. And we all know you're not going to do that. But if you choose to, now would be a great time to resign.
Next, we have John Galt.
Good evening. Since we're calling out BS tonight, Ms. Valdez, to call yourself a doctor after completing an online nursing program at a diploma mill is a disgusting breach of public trust. You're more like your neighbor than you think. Mr. Foppoli, let's call out your BS. First, get off your goddamn phone and at least pretend to listen for a second. Do you recognize narcissism? It looks like retaining an attorney to make a non-statement. Then having the bravado to issue a written statement written with primary school grammar, which you patently say, or you say the patently false statement that men can't be victims of sexual assault, and then claim to be a male victim of sexual assault. One where you claim that you want the victim's voice to be heard, but then contradict yourself by saying they're not victims, they're political actors. Do you know how people who are falsely accused act? They're vocal, emotional. They might appear irrational because of the subconscious, visceral emotion associated with knowing that you're innocent. Conversely, people who are guilty act like you, quiet, enveloped in their delusions of grandeur, believing they're smarter than everybody else in the room. Tonight, you started by thanking your friends, but didn't bother addressing the council or the community. You know, the people you care about. You have no emotion on your face. Innocent people would be distraught having these words hurled at them knowing they were innocent. I guess we're just fortunate you look up from that phone from time to time to show your callous lack of emotion. I'm not sure how you can make it more clear at this point. You don't even care about anybody but yourself. Finally, some of us know there's more victims out there. You have a pattern, just like a true serial predator. And reading the accounts in the paper made my heart sink, because it's the same exact goddamn story another one of your victims disclosed to me. Another woman that you overindulged with your wine to the point of incoherence to take advantage of sexually. So regardless of the count in the Chronicle, I know for a fact there's at least 7. So yes, you're entitled to due process before being stripped of any constitutionally guaranteed rights, but you are not entitled to, nor do you have the right to public trust. Dom, to be human is to be flawed, but you, sir, are trash. Good night.
Next, we've got Minhwa Lee.
Hello, my name is Benoit. I'm a resident of Roner Park. I'm also a victim of a racial hate crime and assault that took place in Katari not too long ago. I don't come on public forums, but hearing the story and how it's being handled by the Windsor City Council and you really boils my fucking blood. As a victim of abuse and assault, I'm not afraid of holding back my fear of speaking up anymore. And I believe all the victims and the survivors, and I know how difficult it is to come out and share your trauma. I stand with all of you and support you. If you don't resign, I and hundreds of residents from Roner Park will come to Windsor and protest for you to step down. You clearly love yourself more than you love the people of Windsor. You're power hungry, you're a predator, you're a rapist. Simply put, you're a piece of shit. You need to seek mental help and you need therapy. You have a brain of a jello. You have 0 IQ and the ability of running a town. You're a spoiled, privileged, sick-minded human being who's been given the world, who's been given a silver spoon. The truth is, your shitty political career will end here tonight, Your winery business will crumble to the ground. You will no longer have people that trust you and your family. Your life will never be the same after tonight. You and your family will live in shame and embarrassment for the rest of your lives. You need to do what is right for the town, and it's time to step down, man. The city council and you, aka the rapist, aka the white Bill Cosby, aka human trash, is giving Windsor and Sonoma County a bad reputation, and because of you and your actions, I am ashamed to be a resident of Sonoma County. I'm ashamed that you represent the people of Windsor. This whole thing makes me want to just move out of here, move out of this county. And how are you guys in a position of power serving the public? How are you guys serving the public at all? This is just a complete joke, and you just got to do what is right, man. You really need to seek help. You have mental issues that I can clearly see through the camera. Your face is red. You're embarrassed. You're abusing your power, man. You need to step down, do what is right. I yield my time.
Next, we've got Anita Petrone. Anita, you should be able to talk now.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. First of all, I wanted to say that I stand with the survivors. I myself, being a survivor of rape, sexual assault, and having lived and been with a narcissist, when reading those stories, I didn't even need to know who they were about. Or if you would have read that in a textbook, I would have immediately known it was a narcissist. And does it surprise me that you're sitting here leading this meeting? No, because that's what a typical narcissist would do. They want the attention. They don't care whether it's negative or positive. They just want the spotlight on them. It's a psychiatric disorder. I don't know if you're aware of that. And it's pretty much untreatable because the narcissist does not believe that they have a problem. But I can tell you that you do have a problem. You are what I have taught my daughters to stand clear of. You are what every mom, I believe, out there says to be aware of when talking to their daughters. You are despicable and disgusting with the things that I believe you have done. And I, with many others, know that there are more people out there that you have done this to. And I hope and I pray and I implore them to come forward, to speak up, because we believe them and we want to support them and we want to get this out there so that you can stop doing this and be held accountable in criminal action. I also want to say, we do not believe in you. We do not want you for our mayor, and we want you to step down. But if you do not, I, myself, and like many others tonight have said, are going to be out there and will do this full force recall. I will not sit and be quiet. That is part of what has gotten us in the position that we are in, as so many people are fearful. But I am not fearful of you or anybody else, and I will stand out there and do what I have to do to help get signatures to get you out of here if you don't have the decency, which I don't think you do, to step down. So I'm asking you to do that tonight. Do I think you will? No, I do not. So I plan on being on the streets, getting signatures and protesting for you to be recalled. I yield my time.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt this testimony, but we're getting reports that our Granicus web feed is down, and I'm being asked to bring that to your attention and to see if we can take a 10-minute break to see if we can fix the problem so we can get viewers back on.
Okay. All right. So let's just make sure there's enough time. So it's currently 9:14. Let's plan on being back on right around 9:30. It's 15 minutes. That way gives staff time to work on the program. So if everybody can come back on at 9:30.
This is a testing to see if Granicus is working again. Are you guys hearing me?
I can hear you, Ken.
Okay, this is a test. We are testing our Granicus system. Testing.
I hear it, Ken. Did you want me to, but I'm not on Granicus, right?
That's right. Granicus is our internet feed.
Oh, okay.
It's not receiving sound. We're working on it. I don't know if we're going to be able to repair it. We'll resume at 9:30 and just make an announcement if we're not.
Okay. My mom's on Granicus. I'll text her.
Okay, still testing, giving it one last try for the Granicus feed, testing for the Granicus feed.
It's now 9:30. Sam, are you there? Vice Mayor Salmon, are you there? Vice Mayor Salmon? So Ken, is Granicus not working?
Yes, Mr. Foppoli, Mayor Foppoli, Granicus is not working. It's a problem on their end, and they are not responding to our calls. So what we are working on is setting up a Facebook live feed. We normally don't do Facebook live feed because it's difficult to respond to comments. So when we reconvene, I'll announce that we are gonna stream on Facebook and advise those who are watching Facebook will not be able to submit comments through Facebook, that they will have to do it by email or keep trying to log on to Zoom to make comments. I apologize. This is a hugely important meeting, and we're embarrassed that we're suffering these difficulties.
Okay, so I want to make a statement. I've reflected on it during the break, and I've heard the message that people are apprehensive to make comments with me chairing that meeting, the meeting. Out of respect for that, I'm going to hand the gavel over to Vice Mayor Salmon to finish the meeting if possible, and let you chair the rest of this, and I'm going to sign off. So, Vice Mayor Salmon, this is the gavel is yours.
Excuse me, Mayor Foppoli. If
yes.
You sign off, we will no longer have a quorum of council. Just to let the public know, we are happy to continue with this meeting as a community meeting and take comment. But there will not be the ability for the remaining two council members to cast a vote on the motion because you will not be in session.
I'd say they still would have the ability to voice their opinions at the end of this, but out of after reflecting, out of respect, I'm gonna hand the gavel to Vice Mayor Salmon and sign off and yes, Deb.
I think we need to take a vote before you sign off then. If you're signing off the computer or you're just handing the gavel over.
I'm signing out of the meeting so that people aren't feeling apprehensive about making comments with me on here.
Well, then I request that the council take a vote now.
Okay.
If you sign out, we can't take a vote and we need to take a vote. I know that's out of order, but if you're signing out, that changes the rules of the game.
Are we
good?
Are we live at this moment?
No.
Okay.
We are live.
We are.
So just to give everybody an update who's coming back on, the town's experienced a problem with its internet broadcaster, Granicus. We are unable to get a hold of them. So people can still see on TV. People who are on Zoom can still participate via Zoom, although we are still at our maximum 1,000 strong. What we propose to do, we don't normally do this, is to accommodate those who are watching on the internet who may not be in the area to watch TV, is to stream live on Facebook. We don't do that because we are unable to make reply to comments that are made while the live feed is going. So we will advise people, or for everyone who's on the meeting, once we go live on Facebook, just please be advised, we will not be seeing or responding to your comments. If you do want to make a comment, you are welcome to submit by email for inclusion in the record, or you can keep trying to get on Zoom, and we will be here as long as we have people willing to speak. So that's our situation. I'm going to ask the clerk to go ahead and turn on our live feed for our town webpage. I don't know, Maria, does your staff need to give any instructions for logging on?
Jody?
Hi, Ken. This is Summer Hageman, the Deputy Town Clerk. We are currently live now on Facebook. So
and so people go to the Town of Windsor's Facebook page and they'll be able to see the feed.
That is correct.
Okay. Again, we apologize for the difficulties during this meeting. And Mr. Mayor, I return the meeting to you. Thank you.
Okay, I don't feel comfortable leading a vote without everybody in the public comment being able to comment. So
no.
I'm just, Deb, I'm telling you I'm not going to be part of a vote without all the comments. If this ends up being put onto our next agenda next week in the beginning.
No, I object. No. You can't subvert the vote tonight by signing off and having us not allow the vote. I object.
Yeah, Deb, you and Sam can state your piece at the end, and we can do this.
No, we need a vote.
I'm not
I'll
calling
make the motion. We vote to demand Dominic's resignation.
I second it, and I demand. Call the question, Maria.
Town attorney, is that, can we do that without having the public be allowed to fully comment?
I think we can, but I'm not the attorney.
I think they can, and they can continue the public comment. The public comment seems to be pretty unified. I think we've gotten a good sense of where the public comment is. We need to continue to hear the public comment. But if you want, it's one thing if you would like to pass the gavel, Mr. Mayor, and continue with the quorum, but if you leave the meeting, then you do preclude the possibility of this council considering the action on the table. So if you're going to leave the meeting, then I think you have forced the council's hand and they need to take a vote while you're here.
Okay.
I'll stay and listen to public comment, but you are not going to take our right away to vote tonight. You are not.
That's not my intention, Deb. Maria, roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Salmon.
Aye.
Councilmember Fudge.
Aye.
Councilmember Lemus is absent. And Mayor Foppoli.
No. So with that, I'm going to hand over the gavel to Vice Mayor Salmon to give the ability for people who, once again, have reflected and feel uncomfortable with me being in the meeting to be able to fully voice their opinions. And I'm going to sign out of the meeting. And I let my statements at the beginning of the meeting stand.
I will open up public comment once more.
Excuse me, Vice Mayor Salmon, this meeting, you need to adjourn this meeting. There's no longer a quorum of council. And then will the clerk read for the record the outcome of the motion? Insofar as does it pass or not for the public record?
Yes, the motion passed on a two ayes and one no, and one absent.
Okay. So, Vice Mayor Salmon, if you would adjourn the meeting, we will all stay online, and the comments won't be a part of any record because the meeting has ended, but we are welcome to keep live so everybody can hear what people want to share. And yep. And this portion, Maria, can we record this portion, continue to record it and separate it from the meeting so we can post it? Is there a way to divide it? You're on mute.
I'm sorry, I don't believe that we have a way to separate it, but we could definitely look into it after the adjournment of this meeting.
Okay. Let's continue to record. Vice Mayor Salmon, if you could adjourn the meeting, and then we can continue to take comments using Zoom as long as people want to comment.
And with that, I will adjourn the meeting as we do no longer have a quorum and we no longer conduct business legally. And I'll open this with the assistance of Ken and Maria and Jody and Summer. Open this for continue some public comment, community comment, let's call it. And I'll need some assistance with calling on people, and I'll first call on Deb because she has her hand up.
I'm a public, right? I just would like to express to everybody who's listening now how upset, pissed, and disgusted I am that Mayor Foppoli would duck out of this meeting. You all had a right to be heard, and now he won't hear you. And my blood pressure went through the roof. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect that. I just think he's a coward. I think we're all outraged. You deserve to be heard. I don't know what else to say, but we'll stay here as long as you want to comment, and we will hear you.
So with that, Summer or Jody, I don't have a screen that shows me attendees waiting to speak.
Hi, Vice Mayor Salmon. This is Jody. I'm happy to help with announcing.
Thank you. So we can start with the first one that's up, and if you could tell me their name, or if that would be helpful, and I'll call on them, and I'll let you do the technical machinations to bring them forward if that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Give me just one moment so I can pull the timer up if we would still like to proceed with that. Okay. Okay, so we have Amber. Please go ahead and go ahead and unmute.
And Amber, would you unmute and address us if you would? Thank you.
Oh, give me just one moment. My apologies. It's not allowing me. Summer, can you assist?
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. My name is Amber Lucas, and I am speaking as a commissioner on the status of women in Sonoma County, a long-term resident, and someone who takes pride in working hard to do better by the county in which I live. I am so ashamed to share this county with Foppoli. He needs to go. Resign, 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 Foppoli. The fact that he was able to oversee the first half of this meeting, or the first 2 hours, is so vile and so arrogant and a complete mockery of this county and of the town of Windsor. It was a blatant middle finger to us all. In his public statement addressing the rape and sexual assault of 6 women He presented himself as a victim. He used terms like, quote unquote, real friends, and called on those, quote, loyal to him. This is not a boys' club. This is not where he gets to throw around the weight of his influence. This is not where he counts on his friends to ensure, quote unquote, his innocence. He is not innocent. He is a predator. He is a rapist. He is a danger to our society, and he is a stain on Sonoma County. He called his fellow elected officials cowards in their rush to hold him accountable for his disgusting actions. Foppoli is disgusting. His presence in this council is sickening. He is vile, without moral, and the fact that he was able to moderate this meeting to begin with is a stain on all of you. Everyone needs to step down that had a hand in enabling this man. Not a single caller wants him here. Not a single one. He does not deserve to hold this space. Resign, resign, resign. The fact that he sat here for 2 hours while everyone told him no, telling him that he doesn't deserve the space that he holds, and yet again sat in blatant display, refusing to take no for an answer yet again. No one wants him here. No one wants him in council. No one wants him in the town of Windsor. No one wants him in Sonoma County. We want him out. I yield my time.
Summer, would you call the next?
Vice Mayor Salmon, before we go to the next speaker, I'd like to ask Attorney Castman explain to those who are still here why it was Mayor Foppoli was allowed to chair this meeting.
Thank you, Ken.
Yes, I'm happy to do so. So Mayor Foppoli is your duly elected mayor. And as such, he has the right and authority to preside over the meeting. And until he either resigns or there is a recall or he is convicted of a felony, he continues to hold the office. And in so doing, as the mayor, he has the right to preside over the meeting. Now, he could have relinquished that right, and he could have done what he did a few minutes ago and hand over the gavel to the vice mayor, but he chose not to do that. And he chose to leave the meeting, which did put the council in an awkward position because then they were without a quorum. But by law, by state law, by California government code, he is the mayor elected at large in your town. And until his elected office is addressed by recall or by his resignation, or as I said, by a felony conviction, he continues to be the mayor. And that is the state law. That is not a local law, that is the state law. Is that sufficient?
For me, that's sufficient. I would only add that Mayor Foppoli was requested numerous times to allow someone else to chair this meeting because of what we feared, and so that's something to be said. It wasn't that we sat back, and it is like you said, it's his prerogative. With that, should we move along, Ken?
Yeah, Jody, could you announce the next speaker, please?
Yes, one moment while I get my screen share back up. Okay, so next up we have Katrina Phillips. Go ahead and unmute.
Thank you.
Welcome.
My name is Katrina Phillips, Santa Rosa. I'm the Vice Chair, Commission of Human Rights. I fully support the resignation of the mayor. This is not about any embarrassment of Sonoma County. This is about what's right. Earlier, hours ago, I heard the words expectations of conduct. Well, I would like to say that I have expectations of conduct for all elected officials. And that's not being done. I do look forward to the process of law. I really do. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Leslie.
Hello, my name is Leslie Lukash, and I'm a 16-year resident of Windsor. I support the comments made by my fellow residents and community members and ask that Mr. Foppoli resign as you have lost the trust of your constituents. I come to you tonight as a person with a close family member who has been sexually assaulted, and her trauma and pain is extreme and has manifested itself in depression, anxiety, isolation, lack of trust from close friends, and self-harm just so that she can feel something. The public exposure of Mr. Foppoli's actions is causing so much stress and pain for all survivors, both within Windsor and beyond, as they are reliving their own experience through each news story, social media post, and their comments through tonight's public forum and in other ways. 77% of women never report sexual assault to the police, and only 5% of women falsely report sexual assault, according to the National Sexual Violence Resource Center. These statistics speak volumes against Mr. Foppoli and support the 6 women who have come forward. My next statement is to the victims who spoke out to the San Francisco Chronicle and to Councilmember Esther Lemus. You are so brave to share your experience in such a public manner. Your willingness to speak up has allowed other survivors to find their voice. This is indicative by all the survivors who have spoken up tonight. You all have my admiration, respect, and complete support. To Councilmember Salmon and Fudge and to the town's leadership, this whole experience is creating an immense amount of anxiety, depression, and stress to our residents who have been sexually assaulted, both for the adults and the youth of our town. I want you to know that within days of the San Francisco Chronicle story, some Windsor High School young women created an Instagram page called Windsor High School Survivors, so they can share their stories of sexual assault and rape anonymously. This page was created so that they could speak up and find their own voice, and also for a way for them to heal. But I could tell they have not reported their experience to an adult or to authorities. The Instagram page has subsequently been shut down, but not before I had a chance to read some posts, and I'm really concerned for their mental health, and they may not have the tools necessary to heal from their experience. I asked the town to consider providing some type of crisis support for our local survivors, both for the adults and the youth. They need a safe space to share their stories and to heal from their trauma, as this experience is adding to their PTSD. And I asked Mr. Foppoli, do the honorable thing and resign and save the town the time, cost, and emotions of a recall, because you will be removed from office one way or another. Do it for the youth of Windsor who have been traumatized by sexual assault and rape. And because each day you're in office, Mr. Foppoli, it is a reminder to them of their pain.
Thank you.
Hi, next up we have Jose Rocha. You're ready to go ahead and unmute?
Welcome.
Wife. I started working in Windsor in 1999 at Kali Kalmecca Language Academy. So I'm dating myself. I've lived here for a long time. I did not vote for Dominic Foppoli. I've never voted for him. By the way, I don't think he's responsible for helping during the fires. I think that would be the firefighters. I have to say that I logged on to the meeting a little bit late. Deb Fudge, I have voted for you in the past, and I was extremely outraged and shocked that your speaking to him sounded like a sad mother instead of an angry woman in terms of what the accusations are against him. It sounded like you were talking to him as if he was your son and you were sad for him. Sam, I didn't hear any outrage from you. Last Friday, when I saw a rally at the corner with my two children, 11 and 15, I pulled over and joined them because I cannot believe this is happening in my town. I was even more shocked on Sunday when I read the latest accusation of a proclamation from Esther Lemus. I just have to say, you don't fuck with Esther. How dare he do that to Esther Lemus? He has messed with the wrong person. She stands with all the victims, survivors. She represents all those women, but she is a vetted person in this community. And we will support all of the women that are going to continue to come out. I know her personally, and for him to accuse her of that is absolutely deplorable. I want to know what the investigation is with all of these immigrant wine interns who may have not even been proficient in English and don't know our system. I want to know who is in charge of investigating the wine interns that worked at Christopher Creek. I want to know how long they had wine interns for, and I hope that someone is digging in to find out who those people were. I also don't really know how he treats probably the brown people that work in his vineyards, if he wants to wipe the brown off of his girlfriends. I can't imagine what he thinks of his vineyard workers. Shame on the Press Democrat for not taking this seriously. It's deplorable. And he could have, he's not here, so I'll save that thought. If anyone wants to support these women and just speak up and say that we're not okay with this, please join us on Friday again from 4 to 6 at the freeway exit by Exchange Bank. We'll be having a vigil and a march for all the women to support them, tell them that we believe them, and channel our own rage and anger and say not one more. I recommend that he not only get off city council, but he move out of Sonoma County.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Daniel Levy.
Dana, welcome.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Daniel Levy, yes, welcome.
Thank you. So, first I want to point out that Mayor Foppoli did not have to leave the meeting in order to not be leading it. That was just clearly a, coward move to maintain control of the situation. Secondly, personally, as a survivor of sexual violence and as someone who is connected to many people who are also survivors, my heart goes out to the victims, and this kind of stuff just it's a mix of my blood is boiling and I'm just so tired. Councilwoman Fudge, your sort of crocodile outrage here is not effective. We're aware that you're part of a system that enabled Mayor Foppoli. And I also want to point out that, all of you, this entire system that enabled Mayor Foppoli, including Sheriff Essick, who he's friends with, including the Press Democrat that buried the story 2 years ago. We're seeing about the former Mayor Sebastopol assaulting a minor. Like, there is clearly a system here in Sonoma County, a system of harm and a system of power. And in this system of power, Mayor Foppoli's actions were an open secret. Like, no one was surprised by this. So I want to send a message to the system of power that we're coming for you. You can't hide behind this. Dominic Foppoli is not a scapegoat. He's not going to be the person we take down and then we just go away. There's no way this all could have happened without your enabling him, and he's not a scapegoat. He's a beginning. So, be aware. Your time inflicting harm is limited. Your time in power is limited, and we're coming for you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Daniel.
Next up, we have Raquel. Raquel, go ahead and unmute, please.
Welcome, Raquel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So hi everyone. I'm here to state that I stand with all of the people who are calling for the resignation of Dominic Foppoli. I know Foppoli has left, but you know, I'm still sure he'll hear this later. But Foppoli, you're a serial rapist, psychopath, and narcissist, as many have stated. You're a symptom of a violent system that works to protect white men just like you. I know he was here facilitating the meeting, which is completely just, it doesn't even make sense to me why he would want to do that. But anyways, I don't want to draw attention from the resignation, but I will say that Sonoma County does have a huge issue of white supremacy and violence against women. Look at Essex. Look at who the fuck is representing the murderer, Derek Chauvin, on his trial right now. Barry Broad, who's a resident of Santa Rosa. However, coming back to the issue at hand, I know that you're not going to care about what I have to say, so instead I'm going to be here to talk to the people who are on the call asking for his resignation. My heart goes out to all of the survivors, those who have come forward and those who haven't, and might not because it's safer for them to remain unseen. I stand with you. My people, let's remember that Dominic Foppoli is an elected official, meaning that if he got voted into this seat, he can get voted out. It's possible. And we can organize and mobilize to get him recalled. We can collect those signatures. Men like Foppoli cannot continue to hold positions of power in our community. We need to remember this for every election. It's great to see people coming together for this, but let's keep the same energy until he is out of his seat. All of the men on here, especially the white men, please keep this same energy. Please continue to hold each other accountable because there are more men like Foppoli out there. Because you can, bet that Foppoli is also going to do what he can to make sure that he stays in its seat. So let's not make it easy for him. Let's take care of each other in the process. And Foppoli, fuck you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Angela Miller. Angela, go ahead. You're able to unmute, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Welcome, Angela.
Hi, thanks so much. I'm here as a Windsor resident. I've lived here for approximately 5.5 years. I actually knew Dominic Foppoli back in about 2004, 2005 through a mutual friend type of situation. And even back then, we all knew that he was pretty creepy, that he spoke really disrespectfully about women. He would joke about having 5 girlfriends and all these women that he was dating. And he would speak pretty openly about his goals of being a politician and climbing the ladder of politics. Even then, as a young person, I was about 19 years old, I knew that I would never vote for him. And lo and behold, I ended up living in a town where he was running for mayor. I fought against him being elected. I tried to tell as many people as I could about the fact that he was a staunch conservative who was a Trump supporter, who had no respect for women, who had ambitions, and who turns out had very narcissistic and antisocial personality disorder. As someone who is also a survivor of rape and sexual assault, I am sickened by the fact that I have to go through re-traumatization every time that I think about or read about or see anything about him, let alone the fact that I've been active in trying to call attention to the things that are going on and the allegations against him. It is just deeply troubling that we have someone in this position of power who disregards any empathy that he could possibly show. The fact that he is sighing and just seems completely irritated by the fact that he has to be a part of this when he himself inserted himself in this position today to be a part of this meeting is just disgusting to me. At this point, I'm so tired after listening to all of these things. I can't even form words that are anywhere near what I would like to say. But I just want to say, this is disgusting. Fuck you, Foppoli, and fuck the whole town council. You should all resign. Goodbye.
Good night, Angela.
Up next, we have Steve.
Hi, how you doing? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I am still in absolute shock. What I just witnessed, that he put himself in charge of this meeting and then has the cojones to say I'm done. I thank you, Councilwoman Fudge, and I thank you, Councilman Salmon, for insisting on that vote. I mean, it's a start. At least we got a vote. We now know where you guys really stand, and I do appreciate that. However, both of you are going to have some explaining to do. But tonight, I'm more concerned with the mayor. I've lived in this town for well over 20 years. I've met both of Councilwoman Fudge and Councilman Salmon. In fact, my ex grandmother-in-law, I guess you could say, used to babysit you. And I know you've put in years for the better of Windsor. Ms. Fudge, I've met you, but we've never really had the chance to talk. But there is going to be some explaining to do, and I'm sure that opportunity is going to come up for the both of you. I just can't believe that Dominic Foppoli did what he did and just left and said, I'm done. I'm passing the gavel. I don't care what other people have to say. I've heard it all. And he did. He heard it all. Every single caller asked for his resignation, and I am asking for it too. Listen to people's emotion on these calls. We had people crying, people angry, people so upset. Does he care? Does he give a rat's butt about his constituents? And you can hear I'm starting to get angry. I'm a private investigator. I've dealt with cases like this over and over again. I don't like them. I just want to say I stand with the victims. I stand with Councilwoman Lemus, Madam District Attorney. And I'm glad that the state is getting involved, the Attorney General's office. I just hope they see it through and we get this thing done. We get the right answers from everybody and this town can move on. Let's bring Wonder Bread 5 back to the town green and celebrate instead of having to do what we do. Of course, that will all be asked after the pandemic cools down a little, but let's get back to those times. I can't tell you how wonderful it was to go to the town green and seeing basically the whole town there celebrating together. We need to get back there. Maybe we can do it when the mayor resigns. Good luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Hi, thank you. Now we have Evan Phillips up. Please go ahead and unmute.
Welcome, Evan.
Yes. I had some things I wanted to say, in the audience of Mayor Foppoli and like everyone else. I guess I'm actually not shocked that he would leave this meeting because beyond his own egregious misconduct as a person, he's a byproduct of rape culture, which is prevalent and pervasive and so widespread. And his behavior tonight is perfectly on brand for somebody who embodies rape culture, I mean, to force his way to presiding over the meeting or to not relinquish control, even be participating, is just so outlandish in the first place. To at very least not have taken a leave of absence when he obviously needs to resign is completely consistent with somebody malignant narcissism and sociopathic behavior. So I guess I'll just turn to the other part I want to talk about, which is that culture. I'm a lifetime or born and raised resident of Sonoma County. I'm not a resident of Windsor, but I don't think that makes what I have to say any less relevant. And other people have touched on this, and he doesn't exist in a vacuum. This doesn't start or stop with him. He's responsible for his own actions, but he's a reflection of a community and reflection of our community. He's a reflection of white male patriarchy that has run this area since genocidal invasion. He's a reflection of abusive entitlement that's rarely called to task to atone for its transgressions. And this might not be a courtroom, and he may never be convicted. I hope he is, but he may never be. But he's clearly unfit for office, and he is guilty in the court of public opinion. And while we're all appalled, it's not shocking because it doesn't start or end with him. And he might be the focus, but this is much bigger than him. This is about the conditions in which these things happen. This is the Farm Bureau. This is the Sheriff's Office. This is Mark Essick. This is the generational wine wealth that exploits migrant labor forces. This is Cardinal Newman covering up misconduct for decades, teaching young men as long as they win, you're right. This is Catholic services and the revolving political door they have to local money and their own sexual abuses. This is the SCA saying all lives matter. This is the North Bay Business Journal questioning the very existence of racism. This is Lake Bro culture and its sexism and bigotry. This is the police officer unions running a campaign called Transparent Sonoma to actually oppose transparency. This is the press Democrat burying stories. This is rape culture. It's pervasive and it's widespread. And this is the good old boys' grip over power in this county that is just now finally being challenged. And it's going to lose. And they're going to lose. And if you're a part of that, you're going to lose. You've been losing as of late, and we've only just gotten started. And I know a lot of people have spoken tonight, may have targets on their back, but man, we have to do better. We have to do so much better. All people need to do better. We need to treat each other better. All of us are capable of being ugly and hurting people, but there's accountability and reconciliation. And I'm just shocked. I'm not shocked. I'm appalled. And he needs to resign. And whatever emergency measures you need to take to force him out, you need to do as a town council.
Thank you, Evan.
Hi, next up we have Shaheen Pamatmat. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Shaheen Pamatmat. I am a teacher, a community member, and also a survivor of sexual assault. And the coward mayor who fled isn't here to hear these comments, but nevertheless, I think they are worthy of being heard. And I'm hoping he hears them at some point, coward that he is. I hope that every comment spoken tonight haunts you, Dominic Foppoli. You are a monster who has hurt many. The discomfort you felt today, the sweating, the nervousness, it's nothing. Absolutely nothing compared to the pain you have caused so many. The pain you've caused a community you feel that you lead. You are a monster who now, probably in bed, whimpering, lays as a symbol of why so many fear walking to their car at night. You're a symbol of why so many fear a stranger in a public place. You are not a mayor. You are not duly elected. You are nothing but a specter of disgrace and disgust. You are simply a wretched human being. And if you had any strength to remain through the meeting, I would have yielded the rest of my time for you to have an opportunity to say, I'm sorry. But that would require humanity, something you completely and utterly lack. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Colin Metcalf. Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, Colin, welcome.
Hi, thanks. Oh God, so much to say about this. I do want to say, like, I want to echo a few different viewpoints, both that I think, as someone said earlier, that town council members have some explaining to do, but also I do appreciate that you jumped on Foppoli so quickly and told him that it wasn't going to happen, that he couldn't dip out and just suspend this vote just because he felt like it. It was a cowardly move. Deborah, you were right. He is a coward. And the fact he could have, as another caller also said, he could have handed over the gavel and stayed in the meeting and still heard what people had to say to him. I know I had a lot to say to him. So instead of saying this to him, I will say it to the rest of the folks still in this meeting who may be listening, either on Zoom or on Facebook. And that's that we know who he is, and other people like him. We know their names. We know where they live. We know the places where they work. We know the companies that they own. And we don't have to allow them to continue living in this county. I have very little faith that the sheriff will do what's necessary in this situation to bring him to justice. And there is a lot that the people can do when the state fails to take action. I think everyone could recognize him on the street and drive him out of their businesses and drive him from their neighborhoods. And if we make this county a place where people like him, rapists, and his ilk, the fascists, the racists, all these insane people, you know, and Sonoma County has a history of these people all over the place, like rapists at the very least, you know, there's him, there's the Sebastopol mayor, there's the Sonoma mayor, there's the person who raped me. And none of these people, you know, some of them maybe will be brought to justice, and a lot of them won't. And it's going to be up to us to make sure that there is nowhere in this county, nowhere in any of our cities, nowhere in any of our communities that they can feel safe. And I know that that's a contentious point for some people, that we should go around making people feel unsafe. But when we're attacked, when our communities are attacked, there's more that we can do than just protesting. And I love protesting. I love getting out there and telling people that they need to get the fuck out and that they need to resign. But there's so much more we can do. And I'll leave it vague so you can come up with your own answer as to what liberation for our communities will look like. Liberation from our oppressors, liberation from state actors who cover these things up for years, liberation from press organizations that brush these things under the rug until they're absolutely required to look at them. All of these people should feel unsafe in our communities, and it's up to us to make sure that they get out.
Thank you, Colin.
Hi, next up, this caller is just listed as 1+ Nor. Please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Emma. I've been waiting for a while, so really happy to finally have a chance to speak. I feel like we're focusing on the wrong thing, and I don't want to give the rapist any more of my time or attention. I really want to speak to the survivors, the 6 women who've come forward and the many more who seems are out there, who may not be able to come forward or whatever. I just want to say how much I respect and appreciate you, all of you. I am a survivor of rape and trafficking and molestation, all that fun stuff. And I think the really important thing to remember is that there are so many more of us than there are of people like this particular rapist. I'm not going to use his name because he doesn't even deserve it. Like, look at what's left in his wake. We know of at least 6 survivors. And personally, anyway, just every rapist, every serial predator like this is going to leave so many more survivors in their wake than we really realize. And it's important to know that, you know, they want us to be able to sit down and present evidence like it's a courtroom, but the very nature of rape or molestation or sexual assault is it's not done out in the open. It's done behind closed doors. It's done in gaslighting ways where you're not even sure what just happened. There's documented evidence of girls in gymnastics being raped by the doctor while their mothers were in the room. Are you saying that didn't happen? Are you saying these 6 women are liars? It seems like a lot of coincidences. And I also hear a lot of people asking for this rapist to move out of town, to get out. And that's not going to solve the problem. Like, this is, like so many have said, rape culture. This is about more than just one man's stupid actions. Like, I mean, we all think Donald Trump is an insane asshole. This guy can't even, like, he's just mayor of one small town. Like, he's very stupid. He's very small, but it's bigger than him. It's all of the people who enabled him. It's all the people who knew about it, who helped him get to where he is. It's all of the many, 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 many more people still in power who perpetuate this type of rape culture. And I know that I'm out of time, but I just want to say again, thank you to survivors who have come forward. We are with you. There are more of us than there are of them. And this is a movement. And whether he resigns tonight or tomorrow or next week, we're not going to let this go. And we have your back. We're on your side.
Thank you, Emma.
Hi, next up we have Holly. Holly, please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, yeah, I've been waiting for quite a while, so it's busy there. But yeah, I just wanted to say a big old fuck you, Foppoli, and we're not going to stop until you're out, and that's a promise. I yield my time.
Thank you, Holly.
Hi, thank you. We have Mike S. Mike, please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, I'm not actually Mike, but I wanted to say, yay, Emma, that was amazing. I really appreciated you hearing that, all that you said, and that we do have the survivors back. I know I do. And I want to express my serious concerns and disappointment to the town of Windsor, the leaders of Windsor, including the town council, as well as the Windsor School Board. Both the school board and the town council have allowed predators to lead our community. Windsor has proven its leaders are part of the Good Old Boys Network, and survivors have been blamed. Windsor, listen, please investigate these situations. Question who is handling your background checks. We expected more of you. We expected more of our leaders. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, we have Ryan Babagino. Please go ahead and unmute.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Salmon, Councilmember Fudge. Can you hear me?
Welcome, Ryan. Yes, we can.
Thank you. I had originally intended to bifurcate my comments, one for the public and one for Dominic Foppoli, but given his cowardice and inability to even uphold the duty he was elected to, I will just speak to whomever is left. I have known Dominic for several years, or thought I knew him, and I am so pleased to hear the universal condemnation of somebody who is very mentally ill. He is not only an egotistical maniac, a narcissist, and a sociopath, but we now know that he is a sexual predator, a rapist, and as of this evening, a coward. Dominic has at times talked about political theater, and reading the harrowing story of his fifth accuser, his ex-girlfriend, someone who trusted in him and thought she loved him, and understanding that he once wanted to pursue a career in acting, maybe there's some logic to this sociopath, somebody who does not think like a normal person, somebody who does not have any moral character, but somebody who thinks about one person and one person only, himself. I can't say a lot more beyond what so many people have said, survivors of sexual assault, men, women, community leaders, elected officials, mothers, fathers. I just have, at many times, I have no words for the disgust and hatred. I don't think I've ever felt hatred towards somebody until I've seen the, frankly, excuse my language, piss poor handling that Dominic has exhibited with his actions. Unfortunately, I do not believe he is going to resign, but I have no doubt he will be recalled and recalled by margins that Sonoma County has never seen before. And you know, I've heard some people criticize the entire town council, but I just want to quickly conclude with, I stand with Sophia Williams, I stand with Allie Britton, I stand with Rose Fumoso, I stand with Shannon McCarthy, I stand with Esther Lemus, and I stand with all the other victims out there who have not yet come forward and who may be too afraid to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
Okay, next up, we have it listed as Cat Dad. Please go ahead and unmute.
Hello, thank you. My name is Reggie, and I'm a resident here in Windsor. You know, I had a whole list of what I wanted to say to Mr. Foppoli earlier, but granted, his actions of leaving it's just like everyone else has said. It's cowardly. It's appalling. I mean, this is his meeting, and the fact that he ran away, it speaks volumes. In addition to, even when he was present in this meeting, his demeanor, just very condescending demeanor, along with him running away from this meeting, I think that's all we really need to know, because that speaks in itself. Those are his actions that we see, aside from the actions we've heard from the victims. So when you put all of that together, what does that tell you about this person? And it just, you know, the selfish behavior is just beyond. And this whole situation is, as we can also see, is very triggering for so many in this community and everywhere around the world, really. And it's very disappointing to see a supposed leader behave like this. The way he's responded is very childish. The pointing of the finger here and there to this person, that back and forth. It's like, what is this for? And so obviously we can see that he has no intention on resigning. And so therefore I call for everybody here that's listening to push for the recall. There is a website, recallfoppoli.com, where you can put your information in and it'll update you on what's going on, because there has been a recall petition formally filed in which Windsor residents, we can sign in person the petition to get a recall effort move forward. So I hope you will all go to that website or follow them on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter to keep updated on the latest updates on that. And a PS to Foppoli, if he does hear this, whether you resign or get recalled and have no job, I'm sure your friend Guy Fieri will find something for you. That's all.
Thank you, Reggie. Next.
Next up is listed as 1+ Nord and 105G. Please go ahead and unmute. please go ahead and unmute.
Summer, I'll allow you to move appropriately.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So we have Allie. Please go ahead and unmute.
Yes, hi. Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome, Allie.
Thanks. Normally I'm a person of, class, and I like to use words that really epitomize my feelings. And all I have to say is, Foppoli, you're a pussy. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you, Allie.
Next up, it's listed as SL. Please go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, this is Steve. I've lived in Windsor 12 years out on Silk Road. And I've been listening to this shit show here since, when did we start? 6 p.m.? But anyway, I think the best thing that's going to come out of this, not one single person has come in support of Foppoli. So I think as much in denial as he is, I think it's finally going to sink in that I don't really care whether he resigns. He probably won't, but he will get recalled. I bet my truck on it. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, next up is Carlene Rebitt. Please go ahead. Carlene, if you can please go ahead and unmute.
We're not hearing Colleen.
Okay. We will go ahead and try her back in just a moment. All right. Eric Beal, please go ahead and unmute. Hi, Eric. Can you please go ahead and unmute?
Welcome, Eric.
I apologize, Vice Mayor Salmon. He is not unmuted. We will go ahead and move on to the next one.
Thank you, Judy.
All right, Stephanie. It is your turn. If you can please
Hello,
go
can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yep.
Welcome. Yes, we can, Stephanie.
Hi, thank you so much. Just for reference to anybody that else is waiting, I've been waiting for about an hour, so just however long you've been waiting. Anyways, I just want to address the victims and survivors, as I am one myself. You are heard and you deserve to be heard, and you're brave. Unfortunately, women who speak out against their perpetrators are usually labeled as brave due to situations like this, where they're called liars or ridiculed by the public, when in reality, reporting and speaking out should be normal and responded to swiftly. If Dominic believes he's not guilty of the accusations, then it would make the most logical sense to resign out of respect for victims and survivors of sexual violence. But because he clearly has sociopathic tendencies, he's going to try to bring as many down in his sinking ship as he can, as he knows he's now ruined. As a politician, a businessman, and a person, he has no other choice in his mind but to now throw a temper tantrum on his way down. He won't resign because he wants to waste as many resources of his town and county as possible in the attempt to take him down because it's the last thing he has control over. In 2017, I had the honor of competing and receiving the title of Miss Sonoma County's Outstanding Teen, which Dominic Foppoli judged. And it disgusts me and repulses me to think of his intent behind judging the competition, which is often synonymous with a beauty pageant. I had to resign my title because I determined myself unfit to represent the county due to being a victim of gross mental and emotional abuse, as well as sexual violence. I was 17 at the time and was able to make that decision because I felt I couldn't represent my community well due to my mental and physical health issues. He is a grown, fully grown man who clearly also has mental issues and can't deem fit for himself that he's unfit to govern and lead his community. The only answer to that is his ego. And it's very, like I said, very clear he has no intention to resign. And the only reason is because he wants to drag the county down with him and waste resources. Thank you.
A genuine thank you to you, Stephanie.
Hi, Eric Beal, please go ahead and try to unmute now.
Eric, can you hear us?
Hi, Eric, please go ahead and unmute. Please go ahead and try again. We will move to the next.
Thank you, Jody.
Ryan West, you are up. Please go ahead and unmute.
Welcome. Ryan, can you hear us?
Hello.
Yes, Ryan, we can hear you.
Hi, this is April West, Ryan's wife.
April, we can hear you.
Hi, I'd like to read what I posted over the last 48 hours. I've been reading about fellow active 2030 members in the news. I've been emotionally struck and paralyzed with fear for the women involved, just feeling sick to my stomach, imagining the unwanted, intimate encounters they shared with Mayor Dominic Foppoli. My heart goes out to Allie and the 5 others who have so bravely stepped up to share their stories. Having experienced active 2030 midterms and conventions, which I've enjoyed attending, there's a level of arrogance that follows some people, much like an over-perfumed man that we typically steer clear from. That would be how I could describe Dom. And I do wish I was surprised to read the allegations, but I am not, unfortunately. The women, the men, and leaders who have stepped up to say the behavior is not okay and offered support towards the victims give me hope. If you've had any type of harassment training, you know that silence perpetuates abuse. We also know that this is not a Sonoma-specific issue or an active 2030 issue. Abuse and abuse of power is widespread and similar to bullying. It can be difficult to spot, report, and especially difficult to hold people accountable. I myself have 3 boys, and I am 3 young boys, and I'll do my best to make sure that they know this is unacceptable. Thankfully, the San Francisco Chronicle broke the story, and now the sheriff's office has opened the investigation on these multiple allegations of aggressive behavior and sexual misconduct. I particularly hope right now that this is the beginning of healing. But as women, we continue to come forward, and this might just be the tip of the iceberg. Many of us have dealt with this. This isn't a new thing. I wrote this on my Instagram and my Facebook story to say, as a mother, a wife, a sister, a friend, an active 2030 member, I stand with the victims who were misled, who were taken advantage of, who were abused. No means no. Being passed out due to alcohol or date rape, drug, or both is not consent. Period. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. West.
Hi, next up we have Barbara Hagan. Barbara, please go ahead and unmute. Hi, Barbara. It is your turn. If you see the Thing prompting you, please go ahead and unmute. We will go ahead and move on, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Matt Bradley. Matt, please go ahead and unmute.
Good evening. I'm actually glad that the mayor has left the meeting because I really don't want to talk to him. And I don't want to address him and give him any questions or anything like that. What I really like to do is, I'm a Windsor resident now, but before I moved here, I was actually at Penn State University. I was on the faculty there. We all know what happened there. You all heard the stories. And I just want to say, there were people who knew and didn't do anything. And it seems to me that, again, there are people that knew and didn't do anything. I'm talking to the people who either are on the town council, in the police, in the press, wherever. If you knew and you didn't do anything, you are the same as those people there. We've also heard about the problems, the similar situations in the Catholic Church. And the people who did it, they deserve to be punished. But the people who knew, that's you. When I was growing up, I went to a boarding school in Connecticut. Long after I left, I found out there was also problems there. Same kind of things happened. And people knew and didn't do anything. People I respected didn't do anything, even though they knew. You are no different from them. Just because this is a small town and there's not a big football program or a large religion or a rich school, if you knew and you didn't do anything, you should be ashamed. And you shouldn't even be here.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Matt.
Hi, next up we have Mateo.
Welcome.
Okay, we are also having, I'm going to temporarily promote him to a panelist as he has an outdated version of Zoom. One moment. And Mateo, you should be able to go ahead and unmute.
I just can't believe all I'm hearing. It's absurd that this guy is actually able to host the town council meeting.
If you can increase your volume, Mateo, it'd be helpful.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm hearing all this. How's that? Better?
That's better, yes.
Okay, so I'm in the wine industry. I got three things to say. I've heard male friends say this guy drips of douchery. I've heard others say, get me away from him. I can't stand him. I'm going to get in an argument and fight with him. He's a horrible person. I've heard women say that he's creepy. I've heard women say, get me away from him. I can't stand this guy. All of these things have been reported to you, Deb, and to you, Sam. It sounds like these allegations, two different letters. So when we talk about rape culture, are we talking about people that cover up? Because I don't know any rapists. I don't know anyone that's been raped. So I'm not sure what this rape culture is. Also, with regards to entitlement and power, there's plenty of powerful, entitled people that don't behave like this, that aren't scumbags, that don't abuse their power, that are not mentally ill. I encourage you all to look up the terms that you're using now, like malignant narcissist, sociopath. Understand what those mean. Furthermore, for him to step down or to recall him is absolutely absurd and meaningless. He needs to be pilloried. He needs the brick of justice to come down on him. What we should be doing is raising funds to drag over the French girl and have her testify, and all the others to stand up. There needs to be a commission on this sort of abuse and not just a resignation from a scumbag mayor. I'm finished.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Next up, we have Drew Barton. Drew, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you for hearing me tonight. I'd written a lengthy statement, but I cannot imagine saying anything more profound than our previous speakers have stated tonight. That said, I would like to yield my remaining time as a moment of silence for the victims and survivors of sexual assault. To hell with Dominic Foppoli. He needs to resign.
Thank you, Drew.
Hi, next up, we have Logan Harvey. Logan, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, yeah. I've been listening to the entire meeting, and this is both horrifying and absurd. The fact that Dominic is being allowed to lead these meetings as mayor is shocking and really horrible for the Windsor community. And I'm sure both of you, Sam and Deb, if you do support the resignation, which you publicly stated, are wondering if there's other options. And the only options that have been given are a resignation or the option of a recall. But there is another option, which is for members of the Windsor Town Council to immediately deny quorum and refuse to show up for meetings until Dominic does resign. Only 2 of you need to do this, and no meetings of the Windsor Town Council will be able to be held because you need 3 members to hold quorum. All future meetings are going to occur in this same way. People are going to show up, demand resignation, and you're not going to be able to continue on with the business of the town of Windsor. And that's appropriate because Dominic should not be allowed to hold a position of power. But you have the ability right now to say that you will no longer show up for meetings and refuse Dominic the ability to come up and pretend to be mayor, because allowing him to receive public comment, to run a meeting, and to hold that position is completely unacceptable. It must end now. So I encourage you to take that option. Only actions that would make sense to allow is if you need to continue a city budget, or if you need to approve the recall effort to return to allow those votes. For the most part, as you know, as elected officials, the city can run without having every single city council meeting. The grass will still be mowed, police will still patrol the streets, the business of the city can be run by the city manager for quite a lot of it. And you can deny Dominic the ability to stay as mayor, to show up to meetings as mayor, and you can show that you truly want this to be over, that you want justice to be done and you want the victims to be respected. So I think it's an option that hasn't been on the table, and I think it needs to be considered. And if you don't take this option, I do encourage the citizens of Windsor to show up and at every single meeting derail public comment until 11, 12 o'clock, and you won't be able to do your business anyway. And I think that that's probably what's going to happen. So I think that this is an important option for you to consider. And one, I want to make sure that both you and the residents of Windsor are aware of. Only 2 of you need to stop showing up for public meetings, to deny a quorum, and say that you will do that until Dominic resigns. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jody.
Okay. Next up, we have Dave. Dave, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear us, Dave?
He's not yet unmuted. We'll give him just another moment.
Okay.
Dave, you should have a screen that pops up to unmute. Please go ahead and allow yourself to unmute. Okay, we will go ahead and move on. Next up, we will have Maria De Palma. Please go ahead and unmute. Hello, Maria. Please go ahead and unmute. Again, we don't have any response, so we will go ahead and move on to the next. We have the next one listed as no police. Please go ahead and unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Welcome.
Fantastic. Well, I had plenty to say, but Mayor Rapist is a coward who couldn't bear to sit through the consequences of his actions. So that kind of takes the steam out of anything I was going to say here. I really appreciate how smart folks are, how brilliant, how brave, just the comments that have come through tonight. Yeah, y'all are amazing. I just want to appreciate you. For folks who are concerned about due process and trying someone in the court of public opinion, I just want to remind folks that like the only thing that government is the court of public opinion. Foppoli was elected in the court of public opinion, and he will be removed from office by the court of public opinion. That is how government works. And the court of public opinion has found him guilty of being a scumbag. And honestly, that would be enough. But he's also guilty of putting so many people in our community through a tremendous amount of pain, re-traumatizing not just the people who he victimized, but every other survivor in the county. And he should have been forced to sit here and be uncomfortable and have to sit through their pain. And he's also a rapist. Like, these women had no way of knowing whether or not there would be any support for them at all. And I'm absolutely in awe of their bravery and the bravery of other survivors who have spoken. Yeah, I believe you. I support you. Fuck this guy. I honestly I recommend folks look up former mayor of Watsonville, Oscar Rios. And I don't want to put him on any kind of pedestal, but when a local paper ran a story about him having assaulted 2 women like decades ago, I don't know if he's guilty or not, but he almost immediately resigned. And he said that he didn't want to tangle up the city in the process that followed, or any process that followed. He said he didn't remember it the same way, but he was going to step down because of that. He resigned to avoid this, like what's happening right here. And that's just it was such a simple thing that he did. And I'm now realizing what he saw as the potential future, which is this. And y'all should be absolutely furious that that Foppoli dared to show his face tonight and isn't resigning and is putting the entire city and the county through all of this. A symbolic vote really means nothing, absolutely nothing. So I really just want to ask that you consider what are you going to do to deal with this situation? How was he not recused? How was he able to vote on that? And it almost kind of feels like y'all just want to get out of the line of fire. And so yeah, just it calls to question. And I'm really wondering, council member Salmon, there's somebody in that meeting that was with you tonight. I heard your voice while you were on mute, and that is kind of sus. That's kind of concerning. And I'm interested to know where Foppoli was, because those aren't residential doors. Just asking.
Thank you, Napoli.
Okay, next up we have Paulina Lopez. Paulina, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Paulina Lopez, 4th District Commissioner for the Commission on Human Rights here in Sonoma County. I am here because this is clearly a human rights issue. I am here to ask Foppoli to resign immediately. According to the Universal Human Rights, Article 5 states, "No one shall be subjected to torture or to a cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment." Dominic Foppoli has violated that universal human right in his own community. He no longer represents the community of Windsor. I am asking Foppoli to resign immediately. I am asking Foppoli to allow the community to heal and move forward. Foppoli has failed the community. He has failed the women in the community. He has used his power in the council to his advantage. How can you, all of you, allow this? To the rest of the city council, I am beyond disgusted with your response to immediately address this issue in 2017. It should have been a red flag ahead of elections. I am asking you all to think about who you are serving. Are you serving yourselves, or are you serving the community of Windsor? To all the women who have come forward, we are here for you. We stand with you. We believe you. We will support you, and we will fight for you. Councilwoman Esther Lemes, estamos contigo. Te vemos, te creemos, te apoyaremos. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Matt Hayashi. Matt, please go ahead and unmute. Hi, Matt. You should have a prompt on your screen asking you to unmute. Please go ahead and unmute. Okay, we will go ahead and move on. Next up, we have Ariana Jasmine Fisher. Please go ahead and unmute. Hi, Ariana. You should have an option to go ahead and unmute. If you see that, please go ahead and unmute. We will go ahead and move on to the next. We have Leanne F. Please go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. Oh my gosh.
Welcome, Leanne.
Thank you. Anyway, in the words of William Shakespeare, something is rotten in the state of Denmark. I just want to thank Matt Bradley. His circle knew. His circle is the wine industry in Sonoma County. Thank you. Also, Mateo. There's been so much over dramatic display by some of the participants. It's just gross. It's not about them. It's about the victims. There's also been an obvious abuse of this situation by a larger, very toxic agenda. For example, Colin Metcalf, parentheses, he, him, threatening people is not cool. The Sonoma County Sheriff is not in charge of the investigation anymore. If you are educated, put your script down. The state attorney general's in charge. Google it. The parent system of power that is trying to take down a sheriff, bringing up white supremacy via script. So bizarre. What do you really think? You're taking the focus off of what the problem is. There's so many people scripted and using the same dialogue. I smell sheep like Evan Phillips. Why are you bringing up Sheriff Essex? Like Katrina Phillips. Oh, wait. They were like 3 people apart. Think for yourself. Use your own words. Do your own research and use your own brain or lose it. Deborah Judge, you got to go. Why would you not think that Dominic was going to bail? I mean, we all knew he was going to bail. The atmosphere of Sonoma County of gaslighting and corruption. I have been a victim myself of this by my district supervisor, Gore, and a paid official. I have proof, and I still fear retaliation. I just tried to volunteer to help the homeless. When a narcissist says something wrong, when they have no ability to accept wrongdoing, they lack the capacity to care. So expending any energy calling them out is a joke, or revealing your own weakness is repeating a dialogue of narrative that has been said to you I mean, people. Facts are subjective. This drama is not yours. It's a victim. Get a grip or get a counselor. Dominic is not a victim, or are any of us. I know victims of violent sexual abuse by their parents, family members, etc., that are thriving and not living in a victim mode. God is only and final judge. People, get a grip. Dominic, resign. And do your family a favor and yourself. Goodbye.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jacques Carter. Please go ahead and unmute. Hey, Jacques, you have, thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
My question is to the board. What are you going to do then?
Josh, if you're talking to us, I don't believe we can hear you.
Enable a sexual predator, but... Oh, really? Okay.
No, we can hear you now, Josh.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hear me now?
Yes, we can, Josh. We can hear you.
Okay, my question is to you.
Josh, you, this is your second time up. I'm going to recognize
Obviously,
that.
nobody has faith in the town council.
Thank you, Josh. I think we're going to move on.
And there's more here to back than just, you can't, I can't talk any longer.
No, go ahead. But this is your second time up. I tried to keep score, and it's not an easy track.
I realize. Now, what I'm trying. Okay, what I'm trying to explain that there's more of a power struggle here. The political situation that got Dominic elected is still alive with citizens of Windsor and other ultra-conservative groups that are trying to push projects into Windsor. Dominic's not alone. There's a boys club, and the money behind him is continuing to work on this election to stack the board, to stack the council.
Okay, Chuck. Thank you. We're going to move on because it is getting late, and I don't want a lot of repetition. I apologize. Please, Jody.
Yes, thank you. He has ended. Next up, we have Lisa. Lisa, go ahead and please unmute.
Yes, hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Lisa, we can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. I've been a resident here in Windsor for, 25 years, and prior to that, lived many, many years in Santa Rosa. And it's late. I know everybody wants to wrap this up, and I just have to say that this is just terrible what is going on. I've had bad experiences in my past, and listening to all of this tonight, it is just exhausting. And I feel terrible for the women that have had to deal with everything that is coming out. And for those of us that have been victims in the past, it just brings up old emotions. And the mayor needs to resign. I think it's time for just a fresh start across the board with our town council. I think we need to get new blood in there. And our town's been through so much with the fires and the whole world pandemic. It's just getting out of control. Our town is small. We've been through a lot together. It's not so much the leadership of our town, but it's the community and the people that live here that support each other day in and day out. And Dominic, I don't want to see this going to protest. I don't want riots. I don't want our town going through the mud. Just step away and let's start fresh and get some new blood in. So thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Hi, next up we have JB. JB, please go ahead and unmute.
Yes, hi, thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, I just want to speak to what numerous people before me have mentioned, and that is how problematic it is for Sheriff Essick to have an important role in this investigation of Dominic. I think Jerry Threed earlier mentioned it. Many people have mentioned it. It's quite obvious, actually, not only because of the sheriff's connections and an old boy network to Dominic, but also, I mean, we've seen the sheriff openly, publicly display misogyny, you know, in the paper and public forums in his relation to the health officer and the women supervisors and many others in our public forums. And it's not right for the sheriff to be in this role. The sheriff should recuse, just like the DA recused, and send this to the state level. And I wonder if you, Deb, and Sam would please put forward an action for the sheriff to be recused from this matter, taken out of his role, and not be in charge or an important role. It should be taken out of the hands of the sheriff of this county. We all need to act to not tolerate what we all know isn't right. Otherwise, we're enabling, just like with Dominic. People kind of knew. If they didn't really knew, they kind of knew, and they kind of just didn't do anything. Well, we kind of know it's not appropriate. We more than kind of know it's not appropriate for the sheriff to have a big role here. And so we all need to not tolerate that. It's not appropriate. It's not safe for us to have the sheriff continue in this. And I think we heard the city attorney mention why the mayor, Dominic, was still in the mayor role at the meeting tonight until he resigns or is convicted. But if the mayor were in jail right now, he wouldn't be at the meeting. And it seems like, what are we, a week after the news came out, lots of serious charges, lots of stuff been submitted and documented. It seems like there could be enough to have had some arrest and some charges now. We certainly know other people that have gone to jail much quicker. So it does seem slow, but in any event, the sheriff needs to be out of this. And I ask you, Deb and Sam and Logan Harvey and any other public officials on this, the sheriff here, to please take action to get the sheriff out of this. We don't want to have to bring all the protests to the sheriff, but we really need to not tolerate this culture, this old boy network anymore, and we need to have some safety and appropriateness in the pursuit of justice in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, JP.
Thank you. Next up, we have Teresa Patuya. Please go ahead and unmute. Hi, Teresa. We can see you're unmuted, but we aren't able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Teresa.
Okay, great. Thank you. So quickly, I just want to condemn that earlier attempt to silence victims and shame survivors of sexual assault and call them names. I want to assert that everybody's stories matter, and I'm really glad that people are sharing tonight because it's important. Otherwise, I want to express my admiration for my fellow commenters because everyone has been extremely articulate and passionate and open. And hearing the depths of Mayor Foppoli's depravity tonight has really made me sick to my stomach. And it feels like there's no good in the world when a human can stoop so low and hurt so many people. But the resilience and the courage of Sonoma County residents gives me hope tonight that we will move on stronger. And we'll move on despite and without Dominic Foppoli. And as we move on, we will remember the press Democrat attempting to kill the story and then endorsing Foppoli. And we will remember those who were complicit. And to those who knew, to those who did nothing, remember that you paved the way for Dominic Foppoli to assault and traumatize more women. And that is on your conscience until the day that you die. And you know who you are. And I call now on men especially, respecting that people of all genders commit sexual violence, but locker room talk, rape jokes, questions about why was she wearing that, They're all more than the sum of their parts. And if you hear that your buddy's a rapist, investigate that claim. Why is it that women are not believed until 5 other women also come forward? And the most condemned rapist I can ever see, the person that I see like in textbooks as a rapist, was Brock Turner. And he raped an unconscious, unnamed woman behind a dumpster and then was caught by 2 cyclists. So let's unpack that. In order for women to be truly believed, their rape should have 2 male witnesses, and they should be anonymous so that the media cannot comb through their social and sexual history. And so please don't forget the depravity of rape culture once Dominic Foppoli is ousted. So carry this energy, this outrage with you, and call out concerning behaviors so that we may finally dismantle the sick culture that allowed a rapist to carry out a 20-year campaign of abuse against the women of Sonoma County. And to all the survivors, thank you so much for your courage. I know that it's so hard to tie your name to that of your rapist in the public eye, especially when they're so well known. So please take care of yourselves. We believe you. We stand by you. You have inspired countless people to step forward and to shed that blanket of shame, to reach out to their family, their friends, and their community. You are the light that will inspire survivors to truly thrive. And I feel as if I can barely string together a sentence, let alone the words "me too." But tonight you've inspired me to try to shed that guilt and one day share in your courage. So thank you for that. Recall Foppoli, convict Foppoli. I yield my time.
Teresa.
Hi, next up we have Katie K. Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, I'd like to ensure that you're able to hear me.
Yes, we can, Katie. Welcome.
Great, thank you. My name is Katie and I've been a Windsor resident for 10 years. First, I'd like to recognize the strength of those who've spoken of their own trauma tonight and proudly stand with them and all victims of sexual violence. Tonight has been focused on the mayor's reprehensible acts, as it rightfully should be. The town is disgusted by the allegations and the mayor's selfish refusal to step down. I would like to speak to this man's naive arrogance on what happens next by not stepping down, because there's no going back to normal. As a resident, what happens if I'd like to officially meet with the town mayor? The mayor has previously stated in a televised interview that he often conducts official duties at his winery while serving alcohol, because who can be angry over a glass of wine? From these disturbing allegations, it appears he decided women can't say no over a glass of drugged wine either. The practice of serving alcohol to constituents while acting in his official capacity has continued as he often confronted public criticism on the Nextdoor app with offers to chat privately over a glass of wine. He was called out for this inappropriate response, as town residents felt their only way of bringing forth their positions to him was off-site, isolated, with pressure to consume alcohol. The town of Windsor should be aware of his method of meeting with residents, as these off-site and casual meetings were official in nature, but highly unlikely to be logged as official business, and I doubt proper record keeping was followed. His selfish refusal to resign as mayor speaks to how highly he regards his position of power. But this is a violent serial rapist clinging on to his only ability to silence his victims, while desperately trying to protect what he feels is still a promising political career. The town of Windsor has effectively disenfranchised its residents, who are now unable to address community concerns with our highest elected official. As this farce continues, his legal troubles will be a major distraction to town business, and he will be hampered in his ability to lead the town while facing a lengthy investigation and trial. Our town and his victims will be in the national spotlight solely due to the spectacle of this man's ego. Not only has he lost the trust of this town, there is no way forward that allows him to lead this community with the attention it deserves. I urge the mayor to resign immediately and for the town to continue to explore all options to remove him from his position. He has broken the trust of the public and is not entitled to retain a position that he exploited to commit and hide sexual assault. I'm not surprised that he abandoned this meeting and the concerns of the public he claims to loyally serve. This is an indicator of the behavior he will exhibit going forward. I would like to thank all who attended and spoke at this meeting for standing up for what is right. I wish those involved strength as we navigate this horrific situation as a united community. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you.
Hi, next up we have Julia Donahoe. Julia, please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Julia, I think Julia has spoken at the beginning of the meeting, so I'll be happy to hear her, but I'd like to limit her time.
She has not unmuted as of yet. We can go ahead and move to the next person. We have listed Swilch. Please go ahead and unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. I first off want to say that Dominic Foppoli has 20-year history of being a sexual predator that's been documented and now corroborated. And I find it so ironic that his first statement in this meeting was, he makes Windsor safe, when actually it's completely the opposite. I do not feel safe with him in our community, much less as the mayor. And secondly, sorry, I'm gonna calm down. Deborah, you saw that email in 2017. You turned a blind eye. You saw that email in 2020. You turned away because your political interests meant more to you than standing up for women. You're a traitor to your own sex and you need to step down. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Libs. Please go ahead and allow yourself. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Libs.
Great. I have a few things to say. One, thank you to all the people, all the survivors that came forward and spoke about their experiences. You are incredibly brave and you are believed. We believe you and we stand by you. I'm sorry that this happened to you in the first place. And Lord Almighty. Another thing to say is the fact that Foppoli was allowed to be a part of this meeting and lead the meeting as if he were the mayor still is disrespectful. It's morally repugnant. The fact that he wants to stay in office is morally repugnant. The fact that other people around him knew what was going on and decided not to say anything about it, decided not to investigate it, that is disgusting. You all should be ashamed of yourselves. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next.
Next up, we have Tonelli. Please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Tonelli, we can hear you. Welcome.
Hi, as a resident of Windsor for over 10 years, I just wanted to say that I'm embarrassed for Dominic Foppoli to be our mayor. He is a disgrace to this town and he must resign immediately. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Tonelli.
Next up, we have it listed as bye-bye. Please go ahead and unmute. Hello, caller listed as bye-bye. Please go ahead and unmute. Okay, due to no response, we'll move on to the next. Next up, we have Zach Bush. Please go ahead and unmute.
Zach.
Alrighty, so, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. So, yeah, I apologize. I'm a bit lost for words right now, but I've lived in Windsor I've grown up in Windsor all my life, and I find up to this point now, after everything that we found out about Dominic Foppoli, it's absolutely appalling. The fact that this was covered up and people knew about this and, pushed it aside for way too long. I find it absolutely disgusting. I think the way he acted out of cowardice, backing out of this meeting, is also in its own way appalling. And I feel like his actions are a big smack in the face to this entire community. I stand with the survivors, and I stand with the resignation of Dominic Foppoli. He's left a very dark past now within this town, and he needs to be resigned. I yield my time.
Thank you, Zach.
Hi, next up we have Rachel. Rachel, please go ahead and unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Rachel, we can hear you and see you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm a resident of Santa Rosa, neighbor to the south, and I was born here. I enjoyed many times on the town green, and my family's a bunch of winos. We need to also just really understand how much of this is part of our community. So when we talk about getting to seeing the town green, we need to remember that this happened at wineries, at social events, at political events, and we can't just say that it's one aspect. It is part of our industry when you take into account how much he would garner people by being on the property of his winery. We have the letter that was sent and, you know, for all intents and purposes ignored. And that's something that is culpable for you, and it makes me angry and it makes me sad to know that what I'm likely to see isn't what I want, because I'm not sure that I have faith in you or the Sonoma County people in Sonoma County in political power who will just want to move on. And so I'm asking you to make sure that you use everything in your power to not let Dominic have a voice anymore within our politics, and that includes within the council meetings. I know there are rules you have to follow, and there are rules that you can figure out a way around, because that is what he will be doing. And I know that you know that in your heart. You've worked alongside him. You know his tactics. And now that he cannot schmooze and pour you a glass of wine to ease your discomfort, you'll have to sit with it. And you can give it back to him. You can say, we are not going to conduct business with you at the helm. It's not appropriate. And we stand by the victims. And we are going to ask you to step down every time. And if he doesn't, it's time to walk out of the meeting. It's going to stop Windsor. But I really have to point out to you that you are now at 11:21. This has stopped Windsor. It stopped Sonoma County. Everyone is holding their breath. So do what you can, even if it feels like you don't have much power. Use what you have. Please take the time, not just in this moment, but in the moments that you carry forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Okay, next up we have Carlos R. Carlos, please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Carlos. Welcome.
I want to say right now, as Foppoli is sitting in his home in Vitana, cuddling his pillow, I hope he takes a quick look around and realizes that everyone who has publicly supported him has left him alone. Because that feeling of being alone is what you have done to so many people throughout your years of abuse and sexual assault. I want you to remember what it feels like right now, because people are living their entire life this way. I want to thank all of the survivors and all of the victims out there. And I know that there are people who have yet to come forward publicly and who are living in shame. And I want you to know that we support you and we will protect you. And for those who think that it's okay to shame them for coming out, I am a father of daughters. I am a son of a mother. I am a husband of a wife, and I am a brother of a sister. And I guarantee you that if you have any of those members in your family, mothers, wives, sisters, and daughters, you definitely would not be defending him in the manner in which you are. And it's very, very telling that in the ungodly amount of hours of this forum, no one has come out publicly in support of you. So take that as a big reminder that you really should resign. And with that, I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Carlos.
Hi, next up we have Leah. Leah, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Leah, welcome.
Awesome, thanks. I just want to take the time to thank all of the survivors that have come forward. I know tonight has been a really long night, also triggering as well, as I am also a person who have experienced these horrific actions. But I want to reaffirm that there is a community here in Sonoma County full of love, support, and I am here for you. We are here for you. And we are going to come together and fight for the justice that is needed because we are tired of being tired. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leah.
Hi, next up we have Lucas. Lucas, please go ahead and unmute.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Lucas. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hi. I just wanted to say, Foppoli, clearly the town does not want you here any longer. So please do us all a favor. Out of town. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Lucas.
Hi, next up we have Jose Tienda. Please go ahead and unmute. Hello, Jose. If you see the edit on your screen, please go ahead and unmute. Okay. Due to no response, we will go ahead and move on to the next. We will go ahead and try Eric Beal again. Eric, please.
Hello,
go
can
ahead.
everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Did
Welcome,
Floppy
Eric.
seriously leave the meeting already?
He has left the meeting, and this is a community meeting.
Okay.
At
So
this
what?
point.
Crack his fourth bottle of wine for the day or his second gram of cocaine? Congratulations to Dominic for being the biggest coward in the country. I mean, he makes Matt Gaetz look like Mr. Rogers at this point. And Dominic, if you ever want to feel like listening to this, I'm going to be as clear as everyone else this evening. You are done. It's a pretty good sign when your own family won't support you, your own brother, your blood, that probably means you need to pack it up and resign, like everybody else has said here tonight. And you probably don't remember me, as I'm sure you don't remember much of anything you've done during your not very professional career, because you've literally been falling over wasted the half dozen times I've been around you, as other witnesses to your behavior have mentioned tonight. But you probably don't remember asking me to find you cocaine. That's something that hasn't been brought up tonight. Your alcohol abuse has been brought up a lot, but not your drug abuse. You asked me to find you cocaine at the Annandale Apartments in Santa Rosa at a fire pit a few years ago. And of course you don't remember that. And you said, and I quote, and I'm sure you've used this line on plenty of your victims, "It's okay, I'm the mayor of Windsor," and I said it's okay for you to get it for me. Does that sound familiar to you, Dominic? While wearing your douchebag deluxe fake Burberry custom embroidered polo with your winery logo on one side of your chest in the town of Windsor, I'm the fuckface mayor, Dominic Foppoli, on the logo on the other side. That sounds pretty specific, doesn't it, buddy? You, your career, your political aspirations, and soon your freedom, hopefully, for the sake of your victims and everybody who's come forward and the brave women who are going to come forward some more, excuse me, You're finished. And on behalf of all the women who have come forward and those that share the courage to come forward in the future, you, Dominic, you, sir, can fuck the highest levels of off. That's all. Good night. Thank you.
Right.
Hi, next up we have Nick H. Please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Nick. Welcome.
Yeah, let me just mute my TV. I'm Nick Heckford, and I just want to say that this whole entire thing has very much stressed me out. And thanks a lot, Dominic. You know, our town's normally very peaceful. It's a very non-eventful place, but you have completely stirred up so much unrest within this community, and I'm ashamed of you. And this rate, you're better off just going into the mountains somewhere and living there the rest of your life. That's all. I yield my time.
Thanks, Nick.
At this time, Vice Mayor Salmon, we do not have any other hands up.
Well, I'd only say that.
Oh, we do have one now.
Okay.
Okay. And I apologize. I don't know how this is pronounced, but Tree XTWA, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I actually hope that I'm not going to be the last one to speak here. I've been listening to this all night. I read all the articles in the paper. I followed all this on Facebook. It seems pretty obvious to me that there were signs and clues to both Deborah and Sam there as well. And considering what's going on, I think a proper ending to this meeting would be for those two council members to step down and resign as well, and that we should elect a whole new fresh board. We have people like Rosa and Jim and Julie and others that are running to be on the town council. I think you should accept some responsibility for your role in this whole situation and what's happened to Windsor. Without doubt, Dominic does need to step down, but you too should end this meeting with stepping down and resigning tonight as well in order to give Windsor a fresh start. If you both really love Windsor, do us a favor, resign tonight. Windsor needs a fresh start from all of you. Thank you.
All right, we do have another hand up. We have Brandy Ramos. Please go ahead and unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Brandy.
Hi, I just also want to say I cannot trust Deborah Fudge after what she's withheld from all of the community, and I also would like her to step down. That is all. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, Vice Mayor Salmon, we still don't have any hands up. Do you want to give it a moment? We have a couple now.
Okay.
All right, now we have Blake up. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, Blake. Welcome.
Hello, Vice Mayor Sam. I've been a resident of Windsor all my life, and I always want to make sure that there is trust within our government, you know, from the federal government to the state to the county to the town. And what Dominic, I think, does not realize is that he doesn't have his way anymore. Things are not going his way. And in the court of public opinion, he's lost all trust and all faith within many, I would say maybe all citizens of this town. And I believe that he needs to resign immediately if he had any ounce or shred of integrity, but he most likely does not. So I hope that the recall efforts go through and that no matter how long it takes, that he will be removed from office and that he will never hold a public office within the town of Windsor or Sonoma County again. I stand with the survivors of all the sexual assault and abuse from the men and the women. And I am very happy to have heard their stories. I feel terrible for them, but I'm glad that they're speaking out. And hopefully they are showing Dominic that people in power, from him to Weinstein to Trump to Gaetz, that they should not be anywhere in power, and that they just need to go away and never come back within society. Thank you.
Thank you, Blake.
Hi, next up we have Morgan Hall. Morgan, please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, yeah, my name is Morgan Hall. I've been a resident here in Windsor since mid 2017. And my experience with Dominic is, he definitely been pretty standoffish and tries to avoid public argument, social media spaces. And on many occasions, he would try to, oh, call me up, let's meet. Well, that's not really comfortable because a lot of people, when they want to meet, all they want to do is shut you down. So when I refused to do that, he had to shut me down online with the big old lie of, at the time it was a special election coming up sort of thing for the town council seat we're voting on now. He said it would be too expensive. Well, it just goes to show, he'll say whatever he wants to get his way. And it's been kind of the whole story all along with this guy, as I'm seeing. And geez, we got to get the kids out of politics, man. I don't know how else to put it. I mean, I'm just shocked. I stand with these women who have, stepped forward, and I'm really proud of the ones who have decided to go on record with their names and put, their credibility on the line, put their trauma from the past and the trauma they're still facing today out there for the world to see. And I don't think a police report or anything gives a bit of squat when it comes to something as serious as this. Thank you very much for taking my comment. I yield my time.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up we have Trey Petruska.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Trey.
Alrighty, I'll keep this quick. I know it's late, but I just really quickly wanted to disagree actually with the sentiment that Leanne brought up earlier. I am grateful for everyone who's brought up their concerns, coming from all sorts of backgrounds, of course. This is such a serious issue, and I just want to continue the momentum of saying I support these women, and I support everybody coming out from this. So please resign. Everybody who had a connection on the board should resign from the board. That's it. I yield my time.
Thank you, Trey.
Hi, next up we have Joan. Please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, thank you. So my heart is racing like a million miles a minute, so I'm going to try and be coherent. But I've been listening to all of this from the duration at which it began. And as someone who was one of his victims and has lived here for over 12 years, and then prior, a time before that, it's been very difficult to watch his slow progression of rising in this town that I love, and having to turn down my street during those times and seeing huge signs with his name on it. So there was definitely a time that I kind of lost confidence in Windsor and the people here, especially after leaving my comment, a Me Too comment, and not really having any, maybe like 4 people acknowledge it. But after hearing all of this, I just want to say that I definitely feel like my trust in Windsor and this community has been restored. And I'm really touched. Sorry. So thank you, because there was a time when I wanted nothing more than just to move away from here. But I was always torn because there's so many things to love about it. And now I'm raising my kids here. So thank you. And at one point I thought it was enough for him to be removed from a position of power. But now I know that that's not enough, because I don't feel safe, and I do fear retribution. So I really feel like I hope that he is prosecuted and he can no longer be free to roam around and hurt anyone else. So thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you, Joan.
Next up, we have Robin. Robin, please go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. I'll admit that's a hard one to follow. I am now inspired to say something I hadn't intended to say, and that is that this last nearly a week in my home, in my town, has been extremely difficult. Though not a victim of Dominic's, I have been victimized. And it has brought up so many emotions in me. Emotions that I'm sure, like most of the survivors, you try to pretend you're over, that don't exist in you anymore. But they never don't exist in you. And not feeling safe in my town is devastating. I have 5 children I'm raising in Windsor, and we're raising them here because of what Windsor stands for and because of who we are as a town and a community. And for him and his actions to take that away, not just from me and my children, but from all of us. It's heartbreaking. We have a phenomenal community here in Windsor, and I am so proud of it. Proud to the point that I'd moved away for college when I had my daughter, and I moved back because I wanted her to have the experience I had growing up in this amazing town. And at the end of the day, though Dominic may have tainted our town, we have to remember who we are. And I thank the survivor for sharing and for her words. I'm proud of the reaction we've had to this, the response, the unity around these women. It is our saving grace right now. And I am proud of the town as a community and how we are bonding together. And I hope we continue to be that way for victims, not just of Dominic's, but rape victims in general, because it's not going to stop with him. Anyway, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Robin.
Hi, next up we have De La Shea, SGA President. Please go ahead and unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Delisha.
I want to just thank all the people, all the women who have come forward and has allowed this community to do the actions that were done today. I hope, we could just hope that this would never happen again. But it's time to just clean up everything that's going on. And just know that we are here to support you. We're going to be here all the way. The community is here for you. And I just really needed to say that. I yield my time.
Thank you, Delisha.
Okay, we do have another one. It's listed as the Joker baby. Please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, yeah. I'd like to encourage the members of the town council to do everything in their power to rectify this situation. I think it's incumbent upon all of you to address the pain that the community is going through right now. And, even though the kind of the spotlight is on the mayor and he's the one with the biggest target on him right now, I think everyone has to recognize that they have a responsibility to the community as well. And they have a responsibility to those who have been traumatized, those who have been victimized, and that this is their top priority right now, is finding a way to be totally frank, to silence the mayor and to find a way to to undermine his illegitimate power as the elected mayor at large, which is just kind of absurd that the fact that he holds this title legally means that he holds some sort of immunity from the type of justice that I think everyone recognizes is appropriate at this point. So I would just urge the other council members to reflect on their opportunity to hold him accountable and consider every possible measure. And this will probably be a defining moment in their political careers as well. So I really think that the most aggressive action should be taken. And I would just urge Deborah Fudge and Sam Salmon to take this extraordinary night as an indication that they need to take extraordinary and aggressive action. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, next up we have Anonymous Mama. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm speaking to mostly the women and the people that have come forward, the people that have commented on this, and just to every single person that has spoken with such strong emotions, which I am feeling as well. There's not one woman I have spoken to this week that has not been triggered by these actions, because so many women have been, they themselves, victims of abuse. And I know for myself and for so many others, this has been brought to the surface. So to all of you, your emotions are valid. Your rage is valid. And to have Dominic tell people not to curse earlier is absolutely not okay, because cursing and saying fuck you is valid right now. It is absolutely reasonable to feel rage. It is okay to feel rage and anger and sorrow and all sorts of things that we feel for our community, that this is happening locally, nationally, globally, every day, all of the time. So fuck you, Dominic Foppoli. Fuck you, Deborah Fudge, for saying that you were so shocked and you didn't know. You knew. You read those emails. I'm so angry that you admitted to not reading that entire article. Not even to admitting it. I'm glad you admitted it, but for not reading every single word that has been published or said or spoken. Thank you for listening, but it doesn't make it okay. Fuck you to every single person in power or not in power that has caused abuse to anyone, man or woman or any person. The rage that we feel is being felt by so many that are not speaking tonight. So for the people who are not speaking, to the quiet, to the suffering, we hear you even if your voice isn't spoken tonight. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, we do have another hand raised. We have Samuel Scott. Please go ahead and unmute.
All right.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. So, Mr. Mayor, while I firmly believe in the rule of innocence until proven guilty, these allegations are extremely troubling, and your response from all I've seen is somehow worse. You have somehow managed to piss off the entire town and several people of the county entire. I myself do not live in Windsor, but I went to school there for 9 years, and I have a fondness for the good people of the town. Therefore, to keep this short, for all that is good, please resign. And so help us God, if you drag this good town through the recall process, it will only go over poorly. In conclusion, please resign and piss off out of this town, the hell away from Healdsburg or anywhere else close to Windsor, and preferably out of the county. I yield my time. Good day, sir.
Okay, at this moment, we do not have any other hands raised.
So I think at this point, we'll begin to wrap up this community meeting. I think it's not going to get any easier. Deb, would you like to say anything to the community? It's okay if you don't. You can just say goodnight.
There are so many misunderstandings out there. I don't want to justify myself to the audience. My tears in the beginning of the meeting were for Windsor, not for Dominic. I am still reading newspapers because I went through major surgery and I'm still trying to catch up. I'm sitting here, but I am still trying to catch up. I stand with every survivor. I am blown away by the eloquence of so many speakers. I'm proud of Windsor tonight. I'm so proud of Windsor. I'm actually afraid to say anything because it'll come out wrong. I'm exhausted. We all are exhausted. I commend everybody for staying on Zoom and Granicus and Comcast and weighing in. We will take extraordinary and aggressive action, as somebody suggested. I liked Logan Harvey's idea. We'll need to warn the town manager if we don't have a quorum at meetings. That was enticing to me. And I will just say this. I hate Dominic Foppoli. I'm done.
Ken, any closing remarks?
No, just thank you, everybody. I agree with the comments. It's been an incredibly heartbreaking night of testimony, and for everybody to share that with you, with us, with me, to help me, fully and more deeply understand what's happening here. I just say thank you.
And I'll close the meeting with thanks to everyone. It's with a very heavy heart that we go forward. I will examine my role and be responsive to you, the community. So with that, if there's nothing else, I'll close the community meeting, and we'll have our regular meetings. Well, we will have a regular meeting scheduled for April 21st. Good night. Well, night. Let's just, the last week or so, I haven't been able to use good in front of most greetings. It's been morning, and so tonight it'll be night.
I appreciate your comments, Sam, and what you just said. That was a really good summary, and I appreciate it a great deal. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll go home and cry to bed.
Yeah.
All right. I can't leave the meeting here.